Cape's leader, sports radio play-by-play. Go A's! Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod. Chatham A's baseball, sports radio play-by-play. Let's go A's! Wooden bats through the fog, playing under the lights. The stars of tomorrow shine tonight. No one else can beat them. Come on out and see them. Chatham A's baseball, summertime on Cape Cod.
In the midst of a 3-game losing streak, Chatham is searching for answers. Today, the Anglers host Harwich, looking to claw back early in the East Division standings. Hello, everyone. I'm Hudson Ridley, joined by Jake Klein from a swelteringly hot Veterans Field ahead of game number 9 of the season between Chatham and Harwich. And Chatham really just looking to right the ship at this point. 3 straight losses. In each of them, the offense did not show up. Jake, it feels like already early into the season, we're becoming a broken record.
And so is Dennis Cook, the Chatham manager, who has said over and over again, we can say so much as coaches, but at the end of the day, the hitters have got to figure it out themselves.
You talked with Dennis Cook earlier in the day. We'll have that in just a moment on the Anglers Extra pregame show. Plus, plenty more. We'll have your catch of the day, lineups, time and temperature, umpires, pitching matchups, so much it'll make your head spin, but that's only if you stick around. We're still around 20 minutes out from first pitch, so you have plenty of time to hang out with us for the foreseeable future, rather. On the other side, it's Jake Klein and Dennis Cook with the Manager's Show on Anglers Extra pregame show.
Sports radio, play-by-play. Go A's! Chatham on TRC.
Chatham Bars Inn is Cape Cod's premier 4-diamond oceanfront resort. With 217 luxurious rooms, guests have access to numerous amenities, including a private beach, complimentary children's programs, 4 award-winning restaurants, a new world-class spa, an outdoor pool, and tennis courts. Year after year, Chatham Bars Inn is recognized as one of the top resorts in the world. Chatham Bars Inn and Cape Cod Baseball. Summer fun for the whole family.
Welcome back on the Anglers Extra pregame show ahead of Game 9 of the Cape League season, where Chatham hosts Harwich. It's time once again for the Manager's Show. With Chatham skipper Dennis Cook, I'm Jake Klein. Dennis, after the off day yesterday, you've had a couple of days to stew on that loss in Hyannis. When you think back to it, what stands out?
We didn't swing the bats good. Really didn't stew on it. Out of my system by the time I was in my truck in Hyannis. I'm excited to watch him play. I woke up this morning really excited to get to BP and watch him play tonight. So hopefully tonight is the night it turns.
When it's been a couple of days in a row of slow offense, as a coach, does your tone change at all? Is there anything you try to say differently when it's the same message repeatedly? We want to make sure we're giving them everything that they need. And that's what I asked them the other night. Was there anything that we could do better to help you guys? And there was a couple things. As far as BP wise, little quicker tempo in the BP, and a couple other small things. But at the end of the day, they got to figure out and hit. And like I said, on paper we got a great team. We got a lot of guys that can really hit. So I think tonight, I'm excited. I'm excited to watch them play tonight, and hopefully tonight's the night we break out. If you had to pinpoint something that's been a difference between successful college seasons and struggles early on the Cape, what do you think it would be?
I just think wood bats have a lot to do with it. The pitching up here is really good. We're just not squaring a lot of balls up. And, with aluminum bats, you have a bigger sweet spot, and with wood bat, not quite as big. But good hitters figure it out, and they learn how to hit. And we got good hitters, so like I said, I hope tonight's the night they figure it out.
When you pitched and your teams went through periods of offensive struggles, does the approach change at all for a pitcher, knowing that maybe every pitch is bigger?
No, it doesn't. It never changes. Just, you try to do your best, go out there and limit the amount of runs you give up. And, your job is to keep your team in the game. And, you can't, as a pitcher, you can't worry about what the offense or defense does. You just got to go out there and take care of your job and trust your teammates to take care of theirs.
each of the last 2 games, there's been situations where you brought the tying or go-ahead run to the plate in the middle innings, hasn't panned out. When you think back to those at-bats, Jake Hanley against Bourne and then Chase Fralick against Hyannis, is there anything you'd want to change from those particularly?
Nope. 2 good hitters, just didn't get the job done, and that happens. That's baseball, right? And for every one time they don't get it done, there'll be a couple times they're going to get it done. So, like I said, I like our team. I wouldn't trade our team with any other team up here. I'm just excited to watch them break out, and when they break out, we're going to be dangerous.
Chatting with Dennis Cook on the Manager's Show before the A's host the Harwich Mariners. Dennis, you had Ryan Borberg go last time. What'd you see from him?
I just think he had a tired arm. I think he threw 80 innings throughout his college year, took a little bit of time off and came up here, and I just think that he's got a tired arm. Great kid, though. Man, just a joy to be around. So I wish him nothing but the best in the draft. And if the draft didn't pan out, I told him, I said, I got somebody I can follow at Dallas Baptist now for next year.
When you have to balance pitch counts and innings limits and coaches and agents, how hard is that?
It hasn't been terrible. Hopefully the coaches trust us with them. We're here to make them better, help them get better. I hadn't really dealt with many agents per se, so I really hadn't had to worry too much about it. Like I said, we recruited kids on purpose that don't have a lot in it, so they'll stay here with us and we can help them get better for next year.
One of those guys who is draft eligible starts tonight. That's Colton Smith. He makes his debut. What have you seen from him?
I watched Colton pitch on television. Elite breaking stuff. Good fastball. He was on the USA team the year before. Hopefully he's going to be great tonight.
His primary pitch is that cutter. What makes it effective?
Just he throws a lot of strikes with it and he commands it, and he's got a good curveball that goes along with it. So his stuff is elite.
He gets the start for Chatham tonight against Harwich at home. That's Dennis Cook on the Manager's Show. Dennis, thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Back to Hudson Ridley for the rest of the Anglers Extra pregame show.
Thanks, Jake. A lot of what he said about those tired arms, too, it can be difficult. The more you get through a season to kind of keep your guys fresh. A guy who's really just fresh coming in right now, Colton Smith, as you mentioned on that, Jake, gets the start on the hill tonight for Chatham. Georgia pitchers have already had a lot of fireworks at Veterans Field and beyond so far for the Anglers.
I'm excited to watch another one tonight. JT Quinn and Nate Taylor have combined for 26 strikeouts in 13 innings. Their college teammate from UGA, Colton Smith, goes tonight. He's got a 5-pitch mix, a lot of interesting pitches, the way he pitches with that cutter as the primary pitch. Nothing like we've seen so far. I'm excited.
You'll hear from Colton Smith tomorrow on the Anglers Extra pregame show with Catch of the Day. But coming up in just a moment, it's a different name. I'll leave the suspense there. On the other side, we'll be back with the Anglers Extra pregame show and Catch of the Day.
Anglers Extra. Chatham on TRC. Cape Cod.
Sweet Tomatoes Pizza, located right around the corner from Veterans Field at 790 Main Street in Chatham. Pick up a pie on your way to the game or grab a calzone before first pitch. The dough for their specialty pizza is rolled right before your eyes. Eat in or take out, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. and sometimes later. Call 508-348-0200. See their full menu online at sweettomatoescapecod.com. Sweet Tomatoes, a Chatham pregame tradition.
Welcome back into the Anglers Extra pregame show ahead of Game 9 of the season. Chatham hosting Harwich back under the bright sun at Veterans Field. And I'm joined by Gavin Gallagher, third baseman from North Carolina. Gavin, you got here on the 19th and then immediately into the game. Walk me through that day.
Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. I mean, me and my parents, we drove up the night before to New Jersey, finished the rest of the drive in the morning. Got to get lunch, hop out of the car, meet my host mom, and then came straight here. So it was fun. Had to make sure I got some extra stretching in, and then we were good to go from there.
Are you a big road trip guy?
I mean, I didn't really do too much. I only drove a couple hours of the 14, so I just like to sit in the back and watch a movie or something.
They let you take it easy?
Oh, yeah.
Certainly. And then the next day, and you're no stranger to the Cape, went to YD, your old stomping grounds from last year. What was it like being back?
Yeah, it was awesome. They have a great coaching staff. I got to talk to a bunch of those guys. Just kind of, a little reunion. It was fun, great people, and it was unfortunately game didn't go our way, but that just shows how good they are. They similar to last year.
When you played with YD last year, what were your thoughts on Chatham?
I mean, from what I remember, the vibes of the team are a little bit different than this year. They were a little rowdy, I remember, but playing here was always a great environment, always a lot of people. It was always a lot of fun.
Do you like that rowdier team a little bit?
I like more of the vibe we have now, just kind of pulling for each other. Don't need to make too much noise. I think, it's a little more professional maybe, but, you can't go wrong either way.
Gives you a little bit more of a taste of professional baseball, having some more of the laid-back guys. You also get a taste of professional baseball working with Dennis Cook and Jay Powell, two former major leaguers. What's that been like?
Yeah, it's awesome. They're great. They do a lot of great stuff for us, and already learned a lot of good things. So having kind of that experience on your coaching staff is really cool.
Chatting with Gavin Gallagher ahead of Game 9 of this season. Chatham hosting Harwich on the Anglers Extra pregame show. Gavin, in a couple of months, really only about a month away, you'll be taking place in a home run derby in the Durham Bulls Stadium. How did that come to be?
So, actually, fortunately, in high school, I went to Pro 5 Baseball Academy, and the head coach there, he's involved in a lot of what they do. A lot of that coaching staff is, and so we got to run a bunch of testing events before Home Run Derby X was even a thing. And so when they come back to Durham, I've been fortunate enough to get that invite. So it's really cool event. It's a lot of fun, and it's good competition. So I'm excited for that. It's a cool opportunity.
For those who don't know what the Home Run Derby X is, how would you describe it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be it's like a team home run derby, a little bit shorter fields, but the main attraction is that you got former MLB players, you got some softball greats, and then you got some college players from the area. It's just really cool environment, and you're going to see a lot of new stuff that you've never seen before.
Who's on your team for this 3-team?
I believe I'm with Andrew Jones, and unfortunately I don't remember my softball teammate. I'm really sorry about that, but I'm sure I'll get to know everybody great when we get closer to the event.
Is Andrew Jones hitting in the home run derby as well?
Oh yeah, that's the cool part about it. You get to see these guys kind of back in their element, so it's a lot of fun to see them compete, and just get to spend time around them is really cool.
And having that in the backyard of Chapel Hill too, I'm sure is cool. Must be a good fan show out, especially with the fans you guys have at Chapel Hill. How do you feel about the fan support that you have on Chapel Hill?
Yeah, no, our fans are great. They always show out. They're in every pitch. It's awesome. It's a great environment. Just being in Chapel Hill, around the area, will be pregame, maybe like a pregame lunch or a postgame dinner. People around in the restaurants saying hi to us. It's awesome. They had great support, and it's just a lot of love.
You talked about the fan base a couple of weeks ago after the ACC tournament where you guys ended up winning. Then you mentioned how this is the most fun you've had playing baseball. Why is that?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I think this team we had last year was just something special. And then learning a lot from my freshman year, how fast it goes by and how you have to, you can't take a day for granted. So, learning from that and just applying those things to this season, I really just got to soak in every moment and just, enjoy it all with those guys and, take it day by day.
Speaking of not wanting to take any moment or day for granted, you've been out on the Cape now for a couple of days after last year. Was there anywhere from last year where you remembered, okay, I have to go to this place when I get back? Was there anything like that?
I'll say Sweet Tomatoes. That's I think that's a classic here. That was my pregame meal almost every single day. So that's what I was excited to get back to, was just some pizza from Sweet Tomatoes.
They call it a Chatham pregame tradition. We've got more Chatham pregame traditions coming up. Jake Klein has the rest of your Anglers Extra pregame show. Jake?
Hudson, nothing like a trip to Sweet Tomatoes. Our friend Merrill Sweet and company do a great job. All right, Harwich and Chatham coming up after the break.
Anglers Extra. Chatham on TRC. Cape Cod.
Year after year, Cape Cod League Baseball and Chatham Bars Inn have been synonymous with summer on Cape Cod. The inn has offered clam bakes, beachside barbecues, and oceanfront dining since 1914. The new Beach House restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn is open daily for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Visit Chatham Bars Inn at www.chathambarsin.com. Chatham Bars Inn and Cape Cod Baseball. Summer fun for the whole family.
Chatham A's baseball is on the air right now.
Swings and hits one to left center field. Back goes McFadden. He will not get there. It's a home run. A grand slam for Todd Frazier.
Chugging into second base with an RBI double is Evan Longoria. He is 4 for 4.
Hit on the ground, left side. Will it get through? Off Crawford and into center field. Federovic scores and Chatham wins it in 11. The game-winning hit from Seager. It's a 5-4 Chatham winner.
And now, with your play-by-play, Jake Klein and Hudson Ridley.
We are just moments away from first pitch at Veterans Field, but before we do so, it's time for the national anthem, and it's time for your public address announcer, Peter Burns.
Please rise for tonight's national anthem. Please welcome back fan favorite Shelley Sequin, a longtime Chatham resident with deep roots in the community. Shelley is an active member of the Chatham Garden Club and recently served as project manager for the restoration of the 4 beautiful gardens at the Chatham Lighthouse. Shelley also brings a splash of color to Main Street by creating and maintaining the flower boxes at Chatham Hardware. Tonight's performance of the national anthem has been pre-recorded and will be shared by Shelley in American Sign Language.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
An amazing national anthem by Shelley Sequin. Thank you, Shelley.
Amazing singing on the national anthem. You could only imagine how it looked in person on the sign language, but unfortunately, for most of you, this is radio, and so you cannot see the sign language performance. Oh well, we still have a ball game to play, and you'll hear a whole lot more about that, including our starting lineups, which are presented by Chatham Clothing Bar, Jake.
Start with the Harwich Mariners, 5-3-0, the defending Cape League champions under manager Steve Englert. He starts it off with Bristol Carter, the right fielder from Auburn, then Nico Brini, the left fielder from Wofford. Tyler Bell is the designated hitter. He hits third out of Kentucky. Maddox Maloney, the shortstop from Oregon, cleans up. Then Matt Conti, catcher from Wake Forest, hits fifth. Shintaro Inoue, second baseman from Kansas State. Then D. Kennedy, third baseman from Kansas State. They are the 6 and 7 hitters. Sam Harris, the first baseman from Duke, hits eighth. And Houston center fielder Trey Broussard hits ninth. For the Chatham A's, 2-5-1 under first-year skipper Dennis Cook. Henry Ford, center fielder from Virginia, leads it off. Then Chase Fralick, the first baseman from Auburn, 0-for-4 in his debut last time out against Hyannis. Gavin Gallagher, third baseman from North Carolina, bats third. Then Ace Reese, the lefty hitting left fielder from Mississippi State, cleans up. Daniel Jackson, who leads the A's with 2 home runs, is the 5-hole hitter and the designated hitter. Ethan Mendoza, second baseman from Texas, hits 6th. And the bottom third of Dennis Cook's order is Jackson Freeman, the right fielder from Northwestern, Isaiah Lane, the shortstop from San Diego, and Michigan catcher Noah Miller. Hudson has your pitching matchup presented to you by the Red Nun Bar and Grill.
Sure do. Chatham opting for a third righty out of Georgia. This time it's Colton Smith, 6'3", 208-pound right-hander, a 5.23 ERA at Georgia in 41 and a third innings pitched, 19 walks to 58 strikeouts, and as of today has entered his name into the transfer portal. On the other side for Harwich, it's Freddie Rodriguez, 6'3", 210-pound right-hander from Hawaii. He's already made 1 start this year where he got the no decision in 4 innings pitched, only allowed 2 hits, no runs, a walk, and 2 strikeouts. This is his second start of the year. Colton Smith tossing out warm-up pitches on the mound. Chatham today wearing white with the blue pinstripes from top to bottom, a blue hat with a red bill, and the red Chatham A logo directly in the middle. For Harwich, it's a bit of a switch-up. Powder blue uniforms, both tops and bottoms, with red Harwich scrawled across the front in block letters in a little red number just below. Red hats and red socks to match the look, with red belts as well for the Mariners. An almost Cardinal-esque look if you think of those Cardinal red and powder blue uniforms.
Steve Englert is a classic guy, drives a classic car. Harwich has the cream home uniforms. Now they pair them with the powder blue away uniforms. It's perfect. It's vintage baseball, and every uniformed Harwich Mariner is required to wear stirrups.
It fits the vibe of Steve Englert to a T. Bristol Carter, a man who's wearing stirrups, and the leadoff hitter for Harwich stands in from the right side. It's Bristol Carter, Nico Brini, and Tyler Bell, the first 3 to face the righty Colton Smith. Corners both even with the bags. As righty on righty. Smith winds and deals. First pitch popped up right side of the infield, trailing into foul ground. Freilich comes over from first, calls off the catcher Miller, and makes an overhand grab. Reached back with his left arm and snagged it before it could fall over the top of his head in foul ground for out number 1. A chaotic first pitch at 7:02 p.m., 81 degrees in Chatham, the hottest game of the year. That's your time and temperature presented by the Chatham Athletic Association.
Feels hotter than that.
The humidity, they always say it's not the heat that gets you, it's the humidity. I hate that saying, but it's true. Nico Brini from the left side crouches down. First pitch is called just below the knees for a ball. It was awfully close to the zone as Brini curls himself and hangs the shoulders, puts the knees together, and shrinks his strike zone very small. Here's the 1-0 from Smith. Popped up, foul. Trails over the top of the press box, offset behind home plate, just to the third base side. Brini digs back in. Smith agrees on the sign with Miller. Stares him down. Now fires. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. A loud strike call behind the dish, coming from home plate umpire Glenn Stewart. It's Mickey Garcia down the first base line, Anthony Brunetti down the third base line. Your umpires presented by Chatham Paint and Hardware. 1-2 with 1 gone. Top of the first, scoreless ball game at Veterans Field. Here's the pitch. Low and away. Breaking ball snagged by the left mitt of Noah Miller. He's got the catching duties. In the outfield from left to right, it's Ace Reese, Henry Ford, and Jackson Freeman. Around the diamond from third to first, Gavin Gallagher, Isaiah Lane, Ethan Mendoza, and Chase Freilich. Short and sweet defensive alignment. 2-2. Runs inside on Brini. Skips off the glove of Noah Miller, and it runs the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Smith features a 5-pitch mix: fastball, cutter, sweeper, changeup, and curve. Payoff pitch. Swing and a foul at the plate. Tips to the backstop. The ball boy races on, and it's won by Harwich. A first of many today. Took a hard carom off the brick backstop, where Tyler Bell waits, not in the on-deck circle. Very much close to the field of play. A second payoff pitch. Here it is. Low and away, ball 4. Tried to clip the corner on a fastball. Instead, it's a hard-earned walk from Nico Brini. Takes up 7 pitches, and he finds himself with a 1-out walk. So 1 on, 1 gone in a scoreless ball game ahead of Tyler Bell. Takes his first hacks in the top of the first. Designated hitter from Kentucky. Stands in the left-handed batter's box. Miller, the catcher, sets up inside. Pickoff move to first, not in time. A head-first dive from Brini to beat the throw from Smith. Not an easy pickoff to first when you're a righty. Had to rotate his entire body. First pitch, cracked backwards. 0-1. Fastball low and in from Smith. Hovers at around 90 miles an hour. Doesn't toss particularly hard for a righty, but his 5-pitch mix is what gets the swings and misses. Long look in, the 0-1. Upstairs, ball 1. Sun is dipped below the trees in left center field. Completely shaded, but still a bright blue sky. 1-1. Foul backwards. 1-2. Bell is stepped out after each pitch fired his way. He stands back in, and the pitch clock restarts, counting down from 20. Smith eyes the runner at first, now fires home. Runner takes off, ball is cracked to left field, and it drops down for a base hit. The hit and run for Harwich, only advancing the runner to second. But it's runners on first and second for the Mariners. Scoreless in the top of the first.
Reese probably had a chance to catch that in the air, didn't crash hard on it from a spot in left field, and then had no choice but to let it bounce in front of him.
Reese is not a usual left fielder. Plays third base at Mississippi State, but has been slotted in left field for Dennis Cook for the last few games. Maddox Maloney, the cleanup hitter, digs in from the right side. He's got 2 on in front of him and 1 gone. First pitch from Smith, slider tails in, called strike. Rather the sweeper. It's Brini on second, Bell on first. Middle infield at double play depth. 0-1 pitch. Popped up. Right side of the infield. Now trails behind the dish. Miller has the mask off on the track, and he makes the grab. 2 outs in the frame, and they've both been pop-ups to foul ground. This time it's Noah Miller who flipped the mask off from the catcher spot and slowly walked about 20 feet towards the gray dirt on the third base side, right behind home plate, and made the grab for out number 2. Now Colton Smith just has to focus on Matt Conti, the catcher at the dish. Has his right foot in the back of the right-handed batter's box. A long look in from Colton Smith. He comes set, checks the runner at second, and fires. Strike called. It was a fastball that must have nicked the very top of the zone. Conti lifts the bat off his shoulder. He's ready. Here's the 0-1. Line left side into the glove of Lane. He goes the short way to second for out number 3. So the Mariners get some traffic on the base paths, but Colton Smith shuts it down quickly as he fist bumps with Noah Miller and gets some high fives from his teammates, including his brother Caden Smith, who makes his way out of the dugout. No runs on one hit, no errors, and 2 runners left on base after a walk and a single from Harwich. On the other side, the top of the Chatham order as the Anglers get the first licks of the day. Henry Ford, Chase Freilich, and Gavin Gallagher. A different 3 this time for manager Dennis Cook, trying to break a slump. We'll see if the Anglers can do it on the other side on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's! Chatham on GRC.
Welcome back to Veterans Field for the bottom of the first. Scoreless game between Chatham and Harwich as the Anglers dig in for their first licks of the game. It's Henry Ford from the right side, followed by Chase Freilich and Gavin Gallagher. The 3 face Freddie Rodriguez, 6'3", 210-pound right-hander from Hawaii. Rodriguez tips the cap at his brim, now comes set at the belt, and fires. First pitch swung on and popped up. Left side, D. Kennedy ranging for it in foul territory, and it lands in the seats. Takes a hard smack in between a few fans, but a young fan picks it up and gets a few cheers from the crowd. Nice Cubs hat on that little boy.
Sure Hudson likes that.
Sure do. Go Cubs, go. Being reminded right now, though, of the Cardinals jerseys based on what the Harwich Mariners are opting for today and their powder blues with red accents. The 0-1 to Ford. Thought about swinging. Dipped below the zone for a ball. A bright green glove on the left hand of Freddie Rodriguez. Does not match the uniform selection today. The 1-1. Swing and a belter. Deep to right field, sends Carter back near the track, reaches up, and he makes the grab a foot in front of the warning track for out number 1. It's Bristol Carter in right field, Trey Broussard in center, and Nico Brini in left. Around the diamond from third to first, it's D. Kennedy, Maddox Maloney, Shintaro Inoue, Sam Harris, and Matt Conti getting the catching duties today. Up comes Chase Freilich for the first time in white pinstripes. That was your defensive alignment, by the way, from Short and Sweet Ice Cream. First pitch to the lefty. Fouled back. He loses the bat out of his hands. It flies into the netting. Just next to the Harwich dugout on the first base side, and a bat boy collects it out of the netting and brings it to him. Freilich working with a natural grain bat, red dipped handle. Stands back in on the left side. Down 0-1. Rodriguez checks his pitch comm. Harwich, one of the many teams in the league to use one. 0-1. Strike called at the knees. Freilich nods his head. went 0 for 4 in his Chatham debut when the Anglers played against Hyannis just 2 days ago. 0-2, foul back to the screen. Was well out ahead of the breaking ball and lunged forward to even get Wood to it and stay alive in the 0-2 count. Rodriguez is ready. Doesn't take a single second off the pitch clock before he fires. Foul back. Fralick has been a little slow or fast so far. In either direction, just adjusting to the timing. Only game 2 on Cape Cod after a big freshman year at Auburn. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. A curveball buried in the dirt. Fralick chased it all the way. And it was gloved before skipping off the dirt by Matt Conti behind the dish. Makes it quickly 2 up and 2 down. That brings up Gavin Gallagher. Talked with Gallagher on the catch of the day, which you heard earlier on the Anglers Extra pregame show. First pitch, the righty takes all the way. It's low and away for ball 1. Gallagher in his second season on Cape Cod. Played for Yarmouth Dennis last year for 28 games. 1-0. Fouled off right side. He sprayed it as he timed up the slider well, low and away, but just could not get the angle as it tailed away from his right-handed bat. Gallagher was one of many on the Anglers today to try out new Louisville slugger bats that were brought in. 1-1, swung on and missed. Took a hefty hack. Had a pitch right down the middle from Rodriguez. Rodriguez stands back on the hill, his shadow casting a thin line through the infield. 1-2, way high. Conti had to fully extend his left arm above his head and snag it. Puts the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 gone, no runners on in front of Gallagher. Scoreless ball game. Pitch on the way, grounded up the middle, gloved at short. The throw to first in time to sit down the Anglers. 1, 2, 3. No runs on no hits, no errors, and no runners reaching base for Chatham, who today needs a big offensive game to get back in the win column. On the other side, it's Inouye, Kennedy, and Harris. Kansas State, and Duke. You're not going to want to miss it on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham on TRZ, Cape Cod.
Been a ton of training when it comes to bat speed, or products for players to be able to train bat speed. You can improve your bat speed and reach your goals working 10 to 15 minutes a day on this a couple of times a week. That's a no-brainer for every player.
Hi, this is Ethan Mendoza. I'm from Texas. You're listening to Chatham A's Baseball with Jake Klein and Hudson Ridley on Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Thank you very much, Ethan Mendoza. Did not come to bat in the last frame as he usually did in his leadoff spot. Today, Mendoza bats down the order at 6th. Colton Smith back out on the mound for a second inning of work. Allowed a single and a walk in his first frame. Ended up getting out of the inning scoreless, and that's where we sit, 0-0, top of the second. Shintaro Inouye, the first batter Colton Smith will face, followed by D. Kennedy and Sam Harris. Inouye digs in on the left side. Alrighty, Smith agrees on a sign. Puts the glove over his face. Now slowly rocks and deals. Low and inside fastball. Ball 1. Gallagher even with the bag at third base. Middle infield with their heels on the grass. 1-0 pitch. Cranked right side on the ground. Mendoza on a slide, fields it. Throw over to first in time. Out number 1. Mendoza ranged to his left the feet, slid on the grass where he gloved that ball, then quickly sprung up and fired over. Chase Freilich remained on the bag the entire time at first base. That makes way for D. Kennedy, the right-hander third baseman from Kansas State. Deep bend in the knees from Kennedy as he awaits the first pitch. Here it is. Low and inside, ball 1. Colton Smith is best at getting hitters to chase with his stuff, not necessarily overpowering. Hasn't gotten many swings and misses yet, though. 1-0. Swing and a rocket. Deep left field. Reese back on it in left. The ball dies in the air, and Reese snags it for out number 2. A palpable ooh rang out over the crowd after that hard hit ball traveled into left, but proved not to be a threat. Not knocked down by any wind either. The flagpole with the American flag in dead center field stands limp. It's Sam Harris, the left-hander in. First pitch. Takes it inside. It skips off the glove of Miller and trails to the backstop. 1-0. Colton Smith has tossed 20 pitches so far in his debut. 1-0 count at the dish to Harris. Here's the pitch. Low and outside. Big breaking ball, and Harris didn't have to think about it. 2 gone in the top of the second. No runners on, and a scoreless game from Veterans Field between Harwich and Chatham. Here's the 2-0. Swing and a miss. Harris was sitting fastball, and the changeup pulled the string from Colton Smith. Runs the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. Kicks and deals. Grounded back up the middle. Lane gloves it at short. Off balance throw to first in time. So after Chatham went 1-2-3, Harwich does the same. Ground out to second, fly out to left field, and a ground out to short. No runs on no hits, no errors, and no runners reaching base for the Mariners. On the other side, it's the heart of the order. Ace Reese, Daniel Jackson, and Ethan Mendoza when we come back on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham on TRZ, Cape Cod.
Dream it. If you can cruise in it, if you can summer in it, fish from it, or take it for a day at the beach, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group. Protecting the possible.
Bottom 2 on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Scoreless between Harwich and Chatham. With Jake Klein, I'm Hudson Ridley. Ace Reese, the first up to bat for the Anglers. He's followed by Daniel Jackson and Ethan Mendoza. Reese slides his foot across the left-handed batter's box, grips his bat, and digs in. Rodriguez slowly takes the mound for his second inning of work. Looks down at his left arm, which has his PitchCom tattoo sleeve covering that arm. First pitch, just inside. Fastball at 91 miles an hour. 1 ball and no strikes. Interesting defensive alignment currently for Harwich. Second base well onto the grass. 1-0. Low and away. Big breaking ball taken for a ball. It got out of the grasp of Matt Conti behind the dish, who had to spring to his feet and track it down the third base line. He's set in his catcher spot once again. Here's the 2-0. Runs inside on Race, but a called strike. Thought about flipping the hands around. Decided to pull back, almost flipping his shoulders as to duck out of the way. 2-1. Tipped left side. It stays on the infield. Rodriguez on a slide. Barehands the ball, but he fumbles it. And that's an infield single for Ace Reese, the first hit of the ball game for Chatham. So with the leadoff man on in the bottom of the second, it brings up the big hitting Daniel Jackson. Jackson with a towering opposite field home run against Hyannis 2 days ago. That was his second home run of the year. Gets the start in the designated hitter spot today. First pitch, low and away, gloved by Conti. Holds the runner at first. 1-0 count, nobody gone. Runner on first is Reese. In the bottom of the second, it's a scoreless ball game. Rodriguez takes his time. Now fires. High and outside, quickly 2-0. Jackson, the only member of Chatham with multiple home runs on the season, carrying an OPS that leads the team. 2-0, swing and a miss. Runs the count to 2-1. Off-speed pitch low and away. Jackson wanted a hanger to drive it. That OPS sits at 1,100, by far the team lead. 2-1. Grounded left side, scooped up by Kennedy, throws to second for one, the flip to first, over the glove and out. As Sam Harris couldn't glove it at first base. It gets trapped in the corner, and Jackson reaches first on a fielder's choice.
The ball clearly crossed the chalk line past Harwich's dugout, so Jackson should be awarded second base.
As of right now, though, Jackson stands still on first base.
For Dennis Cook not to put up an argument about this makes no sense at all.
Dennis Cook barks from the dugout that that ball was in play, is what he says. And so that doesn't warrant a protest. Jackson leads off of first, ahead of the righty, Ethan Mendoza. Rodriguez's first pitch, up and out for ball one.
So then what's the chalk line for?
That makes you wonder.
I mean, the umpires put their hands up as if to say dead ball.
And Harris did not make a beeline to it. You would figure from first he would know it's out. 1-0. Tags the strike zone low and away for strike one.
Taylor Sanagorski, the Chatham first base coach, who's just new today, he pointed towards second, almost was unsure.
1-1 count to Mendoza. Here's the pitch. Popped up, right side, drifts towards the outfield. Carter underneath it, ranges for it, and makes the grab in right field for out number two. That leaves Daniel Jackson over on first base and brings up Jackson Freeman. The lefty back in the lineup today after taking a game off. Rodriguez has been messing with the timing of hitters in terms of how long he takes to fire once he comes set. Deals, the runner takes off from second. Pitches a strike, the throw down to second, escapes the shortstop's glove and trickles out into center field. It's a stolen base for Daniel Jackson.
And he's now 3 of 3 stealing bases on the season.
He has far and away been Chatham's best player at the plate on this young season. Leads the team in OPS, home runs, is 3 for 3 on stolen bases. Leads in RBIs coming into today with 6. The 0-1 to Freeman. Called strike. That was low and away, and Dennis Cook protests it. It's Glenn Stewart with balls and strikes today. Nothing in 2. Here's the pitch. It hits Freeman. Slider tailed inside and got him. And a hard-earned walk down to first base.
0-2, not a count you want to hit a batter in.
And Rodriguez just had to step off the mound and shake his head. He knows that got away from him. That brings up Isaiah Lane with runners on first and second. 2 gone and a scoreless ball game in the bottom of the second. Righty on righty. Rodriguez looks at the runner and fires. Grounded left side, scooped up by Kennedy at third. The fire to first in time for out number 3. So Chatham picks up some base runners, even its first hit of the day. It's no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and the 2 runners left on base, with Jackson and Freeman both being stranded. Back in just a moment for the top of the third, and that frame will find Broussard, Carter, and Brini. 9, 1, and 2 for Harwich on the other side.
Chatham A's on the air.
Shiver in the dark, it's raining in the park, but meantime, sound of the river, you stop and you hold everything. A band is blowing Dixie, double fall time. You feel alright when you hear the music ring. Well, now you step inside, but you don't see too many faces. Coming in out of the rain, they hear the jazz go down. Competition in other places, but the horns, they blowing that sound. Way on down south. Way on down south, London town. Check out Guitar George.
Top of the third on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Hudson Ridley and Jake Klein with you. Scoreless ball game as Harwich sends its 9-hole hitter to the plate. It's Trey Broussard. The left-hander is followed by Bristol Carter and Nico Brini. Colton Smith, the righty, on for a third inning. Gives a stare down and now deals. First pitch swinging, grounded to second, picked up and flipped to first by Mendoza for out number 1. Clean play by Mendoza at second. Starting to play balls on harder hops. It's not always perfectly manicured SEC fields in the Cape Cod League. That has become a struggle for some infielders in the league. That brings up Bristol Carter. He was first pitch swinging to begin the ball game. First pitch, called strike, low and away. That pitch that he swung at was popped up into right side foul territory, and Chase Freilich came over from first to make the grab. 0-1, low and in for ball one. Noah Miller gives a point back to the mound at Colton Smith, acknowledging the pitch. 1-1 count, flat-footed stance. Here comes the pitch. Grounded back up the middle. Mendoza again at second. Charges, fires to first, and it's in time. The third out Mendoza has had to make in the last 5 batters. And it's the second in the top of the third. Still scoreless in front of what has to be a record crowd this year at Veterans Field. Every place with stands behind home plate, down right field line and left field line are both packed with plenty of fans on the outfield hill. First pitch to Brini, low and away on a fastball. It's ball one. One of the first hot Fridays, and school is out on the Cape. So there is plenty to do for fans. 1-0. Shows bunt. Grounded left side and foul.
It is Tuesday.
It is Tuesday, sorry. Not First Nice Friday. First Nice Friday was multiple days ago. It is somehow Tuesday.
I never know what day it is.
I feel like
I know who Chatham's playing against.
That's true. We're in Groundhog Day.
Exactly.
It's every day, except the only thing that changes is the team. It's 1-1, the count to Nico Brini with 2 gone and nobody on. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Way out ahead of the curveball. It's 1-2. You ever seen Groundhog Day, Jake?
No.
I know that's
not
not
a big
one of your
movie guy.
One of your 30 movies. That's not one of them.
Something like that.
Here's the 1-2. Fouled off. Brini early on the fastball at 90. Slams the side of his Harwich red helmet and digs back in. Chokes up on the bat for another 2-strike count. Here's the pitch. Fouled at the plate. He spoiled it back to the brick backstop, and it rolls onto the freshly painted Chatham white script that sits behind home plate. It was painted to begin the year, then had faded, and in between last home game and today, the paint has been reapplied. A third straight 1-2 pitch. Low and away. Ball 2. The swings and misses have not been there for Colton Smith yet. Has yet to strike out a batter. He's got Brini in a 2-2 count with 2 gone. The pitch. Grounded back up the middle. Mendoza fields at second and fires to first. 3 straight 4-3 putouts for Ethan Mendoza. He was awfully busy at second base in the frame. And 1, 2, 3 go the Mariners. Rolling along at Veterans Field. No runs on no hits, no errors, and no one left on base for Harwich. On the other side, it's Miller, Ford, and Freilich. 9-1-2 for Chatham.
Chatham A's on the air.
0-0 on the scoreboard in left field as we've reached the bottom of the third on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Alongside Jake Klein, I'm Hudson Ridley. Noah Miller to lead things off for the Anglers. The only batter for either side who has not taken hacks today. He faces Freddie Rodriguez, the right-hander, on for a third inning. Rodriguez with a big exhale, kicks and deals. High and away for ball one. Rodriguez allowed a hit last frame by Ace Reese. Then it was erased by a near double play from Harwich. Followed it up by hitting a batter later in the frame. 1-0. Taken at the knees for strike one. The sun has now nearly completely vanished behind the trees, but has still left a bright blue sky with not a single cloud. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a fly ball right side, tails foul. Ends up slamming through the branches of a tree and landing in between a couple of fans. Miller steps back in the box, behind in the count, 1-2. Here's the pitch. Swing and a liner into right center field, and it drops for a base hit. Noah Miller with a long turnaround first, retreats back in time, and it's a leadoff single to begin the bottom of the third.
Inoue, the second baseman, only 5'7". If he's 6 feet tall, he's probably got a chance to catch that on a leap.
Hey now, 5'7" is plenty tall.
I don't know.
That's the difference between 5'11" and 6 feet.
Yeah,
is getting to that ball. People often wonder, what's the tangible difference? Noah Miller on first base after the leadoff single. It's the top of the order. First pitch to Henry Ford. High and away for ball one. Ford flied out to right field his first time up. A well-struck ball, just a bit late. One-0. Grounded up the middle, gloved at short, the flip to second for one, in time, spin around, throw to first. A beauty of a double play by Harwich. It was a sliding grab from Maddox Maloney, who flipped it underhand from the glove into the glove of Shintaro Inoue at second. He had his back turned to first and quickly flipped the hips and fired right on the money to Sam Harris. It retires both Noah Miller and Henry Ford. Puts 2 outs on the board, and it brings up Chase Fralick from the left side. A beautifully executed double play. Inoue now retreats back to the grass, about 5 feet into that spot, perhaps compensating for that height. First pitch to Fralick. Called strike right down the middle on a fastball.
It's now 3 straight games and 5 of the last 6 in which Chatham has hit into at least one double play.
That's only added to the offensive struggles. 0-1. Flied left side. In comes Brainy in shallow left field. A convergence of outfielders, and it drops in between all 3. Fralick hustles on his way to second. The throw in. They say in time. The ball dropped in between Broussard, Brainy, and Maloney. Left fielder, center fielder, and shortstop. And Fralick, as he hustled to second, slowed down just ever so slightly. And the throw from Kennedy, the one who gunned him at second base.
As Mickey Garcia gestured with his arms, the right side umpire, Fralick beat the throw to the bag. His foot got in there. Then as he slid in, it came off.
So Chatham with all-time bad luck. No runs on 2 hits, no errors, and no runners left on base. Somehow facing the minimum and a whole lot of calamity takes Chatham from what would have been a run to still a scoreless ball game. Back for the top of the fourth in just a moment. It's the middle of the order for the Harwich Mariners. On the other side, we'll also have Jake Klein on play-by-play as Tyler Bell, Maddox Maloney, and Matt Conti come on to face Colton Smith. The righty back and warming on the mound. You can hear it on the other side on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's, Chatham on GRC.
Get ready for big results with our small machines. With more power, performance, comfort, and savings. They're ready for every job. And we're ready with plenty of inventory, the best support in the business, same-day parts availability, and locations across the Northeast. So you can always be ready to work. Milton Cat, always ready.
Welcome back on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Hudson Ridley joined by Jake Klein, who has the next 4 innings of your play-by-play. Jake?
Tyler Bell, left-handed hitting DH for Harwich, leads it off against Colton Smith. 0-0, top of the 4th. First pitch, swung on and tipped foul to the backstop off the helmet of the catcher Miller. As the home plate umpire Glenn Stewart walks out a new ball to the mound to give Miller a second to reset. Chatham had some offense in the the bottom of the 3rd. Hunting for its first run since Daniel Jackson's home run in the 5th inning on Sunday at Hyannis. But it didn't pan out. Right against left, Smith's 0-1. Breaking ball just off the plate away to the lefty, 1-1. Miller singled, then Ford rocketed a ground ball into a double play. Maloney had to slide for it. 1-1 pitch. Here it comes. Fastball downstairs. 2 balls and a strike. Then you had Freilich, who blooped a hit in between the left fielder, third baseman, and shortstop. He turned for second, reached second on a slide, but his foot popped off, and the tag by Shintaro Inoue got it. 2-1. Fastball just outside. 3 balls, 1 strike on Bell. Righty ready. 3-1. Line to the backstop. Now the count goes full on Maloney. Chatham out hitting Harwich 3-1 through 3 innings, but both teams scoreless. Bell bats with nobody on and nobody out. Right against left. Smith peers in over his black glove. Winds up and deals. Fastball powered foul in the air down the left field line. Out of play. Stays 3 balls, 2 strikes on Bell. He's got the lone Harwich hit of the game, a single in the 1st. Was stranded on first. Righty Smith ready, another 3-2 in the dirt, ball 4. Second walk issued by Colton Smith. He puts the leadoff man on with nobody out in the 4th. So here's Maddox Maloney, right-handed hitting shortstop from Oregon. Saunters into the righty box and lifts his black-dipped bat over his right shoulder. Right-hander Smith ready. First pitch to the right-hander Maloney on the way. Fastball tagged in the air. It drops in left center, a base hit. Reese cuts it off in the left center field gap. Bell goes to second. It's a no-out single for Maddox Maloney, and Harwich has 2 on with no one out in the top of the 4th.
Read his hands, get it out. I don't think so, but who knows?
So first and second, no one out. Here's Matt Conti in the righty box. First pitch, popped foul in the air, first base side and out of play. No balls and a strike. Conti, the right-handed hitting catcher from Wake Forest, played part of last season with Harwich, 2024 Cape League champion. Mariners took down the Bourne Braves in a deciding Game 3. 0-1. Breaking ball high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runners on first and second with nobody out. 0-0 in the top of the 4th. 1 ball, 1 strike on the righty hitting Matt Conti. Pick to second, safe. Smith just slowly turned his leg around and lobbed a lollipop to second. Meanwhile, the runner Bell was caught off guard and scrambling back to the bag. Had Smith put an A move on it and then thrown it with intent, he probably gets Bell. Now takes the ball back, ready for the 1-1 pitch home. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. 89 on the fastball, and Conti swings under it. A ball and 2 strikes. Gabe Davis is warming in the Chatham bullpen. Hard-throwing righty from Oklahoma State. One-two pitch from Smith to Conti. Here it is. Breaking ball, fly to straightaway center field. Henry Ford takes a few steps right. He makes the catch and tosses back into the infield to hold the runners. That's the first out of the top of the 4th. So after the fly out from Conti, Shintaro Inoue digs into the lefty box. Japanese second baseman from Kansas State. Crouched in the very back of the left-handed batter's box as Smith comes set in the stretch on the mound. First pitch, fastball, high, throw back to second, safe. Noah Miller fires it down, and Bell slides in head first ahead of the tag from the shortstop lane. Right against left. Smith deals. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. Or rather, it's 0-2. So that first pitch was called a strike by home plate umpire Glenn Stewart. It's 0-2 on Shintaro Inoue. Bell takes his lead off second. Maloney off first with 1 out. Scoreless in the top of the 4th. Smith's 0-2 to Inoue. Swung on and lined foul to the backstop. Stays no balls and 2 strikes. That last pitch, the 50th from the hand of Colton Smith. Gavin Gallagher even with the bag at third. Middle infielders in tight toward the bag at second. Another 0-2. High. Inoue wanted it. Started his hands around and just at the last moment held up. No runs on 2 hits, no errors for Harwich. No runs on 3 hits, no errors for Chatham. 1-2 coming to Inoue. Here it is. Breaking ball just tapped foul at home plate. Off the ground behind the dish, then off the mask of the catcher Miller. And it stays 1-2. Sun finally ducks in full behind the left field trees. Sky still a pale shade of blue, the lights on at Veterans Field. First and second, 1 out. The right-hander Smith comes set against the lefty Inoue. 1-2, runners go, pitches a fastball high, the throw to third, not in time. It's a double steal for Harwich. 2 in scoring position with 1 out. Now the count 2-2 on Inoue. And all he's got to do is put one on the ground to the pull side, and Harwich takes the lead. Fly ball to the outfield, same effect. Smith comes set, ready for his 2-2. Here's the pitch. In the dirt, blocked by Miller, and the count goes full on Inoue. Second and third with one out. Scoreless in the top of the fourth. The payoff in the dirt, ball 4. Miller blocks it, so the runners stay put at second and third, but now they're loaded as Inoue ditches the gear towards Harwich's first base dugout and walks to first. Base open, so no harm done.
And if anything, with one gone, it does put the double play back on, which you lost after the double steal. Not something you hate, but now obviously just loads up the base paths even more.
Right-handed hitting third baseman D. Kennedy in. Corner infielders come in for Chatham. The middle infielders stay back. Smith winds up. First pitch. Tipped foul. A cue ball that rolls toward the Harwich on deck circle on the first base side. 0-1 on Kennedy. He's 0 for 1. Lined out to Ace Reese in left his first time up. If he reproduces that, it'll play to run. Smith brings the glove over the face. The 0-1. In the dirt, another block by Miller, who just on blocks alone has probably saved 3 runs.
The benefit of a defensive catcher. And each time it's not anything that's skipping right in front of him. He has time to play it. Smith is just not really getting it over the plate. It's stuff that skips in front of it that takes high bounces.
Bases loaded, one out. Harwich threatening for the first run of the game in the top of the fourth. Right-hander against right-hander. 1-1. Fastball called a strike. Outer third. D. Kennedy shakes his head in the righty box, and Steve Engler barks out from the first base side dugout. Harwich manager less than pleased with the call from umpire Glenn Stewart. Now it's 1-2. Colton Smith winds up. Here's the pitch. Popped up, right center field. Smith, or rather Ford on the run. He's at the track, reaches up, makes the catch as he crashes into the wall. Runner from third, Bell tags and scores. It's a sacrifice fly and an RBI for D. Kennedy, and Harwich strikes first. 1-0 Mariners in the top of the fourth.
And Henry Ford, who had only played 1 game of center field prior to this year, had to get on his horse and travel a pretty sizable distance to make the grab at the wall. It wasn't like he turned around and went straight back. That saved certainly more than a run.
Lefty hitting Sam Harrison, first pitch. Fastball high, 1-0. Maloney tagged from second and went to third. At first, Inoue stayed put, so they're on the corners with 2 outs. 1-0 to Harris. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball darts inside to the lefty, and he cuts over it as he bails his front side out. Runners take their leads off first and third with 2 out.
To a team. Bell, who came in to score first, walked. It was a kind of weak single from Maloney, who just came in to score. That's how he got on. And then a walk, a sac fly, and now a wild pitch.
Right against left. With the runner on third, 2 out. The 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So Colton Smith limits the damage, but allows the first 2 runs of the ball game on just 1 hit. No errors and 1 man left on base after 3.5 at Veterans Field. The visiting Harwich Mariners have a 2-0 lead. Sac fly by Kennedy and a wild pitch by Smith have the Mariners on top. Chatham coming to the plate when we come back. Don't go anywhere. It's the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham on TRZ, Cape Cod.
Here at the Mass State Lottery, we're known for our monster wins. But there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. In our game, we know that supporting local businesses and helping communities is how we all win. Because at the lottery, we're all playing for the home team. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
Veterans Field, Harwich has a 2-0 lead over Chatham as Gavin Gallagher steps in to lead off the home half of the fourth. With Hudson Ridley, I'm Jake Klein. Harwich starter Freddie Rodriguez out for his fourth inning. He's allowed 3 Chatham hits to this point. Right-hander against righty. First pitch. Down and away with a breaking ball. 1-0. Gallagher 0 for 1, grounded out sharply to short to end the home half of the first. It was 1 of 4 in Hyannis Sunday. 1-0. Blasted. Right center field. Broussard on the run in the gap. He makes the catch, lunging toward the 357 sign in right center, just in front of the track. Gallagher gave it a ride. Not deep enough. It's the first out. Brings up Ace Reese, left-handed hitting left fielder from Mississippi State. Nobody on, 1 out. Harwich 2, Chatham 0. Bottom of the fourth inning. First pitch. Called a strike at the knees. 88-mile-an-hour fastball, 0-1. Chatham trails 2-0. Only once in the last 3 games have the A's scored twice in a game. 0-1. Chopped up the middle. Gathered by Inouye on the backhand. At second, he throws off balance in time for the second out. Sprinted to his right. Just a few feet from the second base bag in the baseline between first and second. From his left leg, he sidearmed it across. 2 up, 2 down in the fourth for Chatham. Here's Daniel Jackson, right-handed hitting DH. And before the at-bat, third base coach Brett Doe calls time, and he'll meet with Jackson halfway between home plate and third base. And perhaps that's just to give Gabe Davis, the right-hander warming down the left field line, some extra time. Jay Powell, the Chatham pitching coach, has walked down to the bullpen. So expect to see Davis in the fifth. Meeting over between Doe, the third base coach, and Jackson, the hitter. He returns to the back of the right-handed box. Rodriguez ready. First pitch. Fastball paints the outside corner, 0-1. 90 on the heater that time. Jackson 0 for 1. Nearly grounded into a double play. Turned into a fielder's choice when the relay throw to first got away. That was back in the second inning. Rodriguez winds up 0-1. Fastball called a strike. Same spot. It's 0-2. Rodriguez takes a walk around behind the mound. Now readies. 0-2. High. Right along that outer corner again, but a few inches above the zone. Neck high to the righty hitter. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Deep breath on the mound. Rodriguez home. 1-2. In the dirt. Jackson checks his swing. Count goes even. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Fans scattered across the outfield hill that runs from past the foul pole in right all the way out towards center. Most packed that hill's been this season. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 1-2-3 inning for Freddie Rodriguez. And Chatham has now not scored in 8 straight innings. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left in the home half of the fourth. Gabe Davis coming on as Harwich takes a 2-0 lead into the fifth. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Chatham A's Baseball on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham on TRZ, Cape Cod.
Cape Cod 5 is proud to be the official banking partner of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Cape Cod 5 offers a broad range of financial products and services tailored for every stage in your financial journey. Reach out to us. We're here to help.
how she comes around here. Just about midnight. She make her feel so good, Lord. She make her feel alright. And her name is G. L. Whoa. R. I. G. L. Y. Oh, yeah. G. L. Y. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna shout it all night. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna shout it every day. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah.
To the fifth inning at Veterans Field, Harwich 2, Chatham nothing. With Hudson Ridley, I'm Jake Klein. It's a Chatham Bars Inn call to the bullpen for Dennis Cook. He goes and gets the right-hander, Gabe Davis, who makes his return after pitching for the A's back in 2023. Activated yesterday, and now makes his first appearance of 2025 with the A's. 6'9", 235-pound righty out of Oklahoma State, a native of Choctaw, Oklahoma, who just finished his junior year with the Cowboys. 15 appearances, 3 starts, 0-3 with a 5.92 ERA over 24 innings. Pitched to a 6.75 ERA with Chatham in 2023, and then in just over 3 innings with Brewster last summer, an 8.10 ERA. Tall righty, almost ready to go for his first Cape League inning of 2025. And he'll be greeted by the lefty hitting Trey Broussard, 9-hole hitter for Harwich, center fielder from Houston, who's 0 for 1. Davis winds up. First pitch. Fastball down and away to the lefty. 1-0. 95 on the gun. Nods yes. Brings his glove over his face. 1-0 pitch. Swung on and lined straight back off the protective padding that covers the section of backstop directly behind home plate. 1-1. Stuff, velocity, never the issue for Davis. Control, the question. Here's his 1-1 to Broussard. Powered, right center field and deep. Ford sprints back on the track, reaches up. He made the catch. Henry Ford slams against the wall and takes extra bases away from Trey Broussard. 1 out, top 5.
That's the second play Henry Ford has made up against the wall today. Both of them in similar spots and similar results. Saves extra bases both times for a guy who's not naturally a center fielder.
He was shaded just left of center, had to run all the way toward right center. Leadoff man Bristol Carter in. First pitch, breaking ball high, 1-0. He's grown more and more comfortable in center field. And Henry Ford has delivered a couple of web gems today. 1-0. Fastball paints the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike on the righty. Davis ready. Peers in for the sign. Agrees with the catcher Miller. Comes home 1-1. Fastball punched foul. In the air behind home plate, offset toward the first base side. 1-2. Early fastballs from Davis hovering in the 94 to 96 range. Nobody on, 1 out. 1-2. Davis winds up. He pitches. Fastball inside. Carter bends out of the way of a 96-mile-an-hour heater. It's 2-2. Harwich 2, Chatham nothing. Top of the 5th. A's scoreless across their last 8 frames. 2-2. Swing and a miss. First Cape League strikeout of 2025 for Gabe Davis. He gets Bristol Carter to cut over the breaking ball, and there are 2 gone. Started the slider in on the hands, and as Carter swung, it broke toward the inner corner of the zone. Here's the lefty Nico Brini. Right-hander Davis peers in, winds up, and comes home. Breaking ball called a strike, inner third, dropped by the catcher Miller. It's 0-1. Nobody on, 2 out. 2-0 Mariners over the A's in the top of the 5th. Davis's 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball tapped foul into the dirt behind home plate. Now Brini in an 0-2 count. In the first, he reached on a walk, was stranded on second, and in the third, grounded out to second. 0 for 1. Big crowd at Veterans Field peers on, preparing to watch Gabe Davis steal an 0-2 pitch to Nico Brini. Nobody on, 2 out. Davis looks in, brings the glove over his face and steps off ahead of the 0-2. Pitch clock was at 12 seconds, and now Davis gestures with his right hand and calls Noah Miller, the catcher, out to the mound. They meet just a step or so in front of the dirt circle surrounding the hill, presumably to go over the signs. Davis has the Harwich Mariners down to their final strike in the top of the 5th, but Harwich leads Chatham 2-0. Now Davis shakes off twice as Miller returns behind the plate. Now nods. 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. It's in the dirt. Miller picks it up, guns to first, in time to end the inning. So back-to-back strikeouts punctuate a clean first frame for Gabe Davis in his 3rd season in the Cape Cod Baseball League. Miller with the putout 2-3, and Harwich does not score in the 5th. No hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We're halfway home on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Harwich 2, Chatham 0.
You can make any bat feel lighter by adding a velo puck knob. Instead of having to go get a whole entirely new bat, you can simply add the puck to it. Players can use this with any bat. It's basically going to shift the weight of the bat a little bit more towards the hands. Players are able to hit the ball a lot harder just by simply adding the puck on.
Halfway home on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Harwich Mariners lead the Chatham A's 2-0 as we go to the bottom of the 5th. With Hudson Ridley, I'm Jake Klein. Ethan Mendoza, right-handed hitting Texas second baseman, leads off the home half of the 5th against Harwich's right-handed starter Freddie Rodriguez. Out for his 5th inning. Right against right. First pitch of the bottom of the 5th. Swung on and popped up. Right side. First baseman Harris jogs over, but he watches it land out of play. 0-1. Against Yarmouth Dennis on Friday, Chatham scored its only runs of the game on a 2-run homer by Henry Ford in the 4th. It was 8 innings until the A's scored again Saturday against Bourne in the 4th. Right on right, 0-1. Fastball called a strike. No balls, 2 strikes. Then after that, the sacrifice fly by Daniel Jackson, it was 8 more innings before the A's scored on the homer by Jackson against Hyannis. 0-2. Fastball grounded back up the middle off the pitcher Rodriguez. He picks it up, tosses underhand to first in time for the first out. Mendoza hit it 91 miles an hour off the pitcher's leg. And Rodriguez, lucky he was there, saved a hit. But now he's feeling the effects of that line drive as he takes his hat off and saunters behind the mound. And here comes the Harwich training staff. Now Rodriguez sends him back. Steve Englert, the manager, and the Harwich trainer each took about 5 steps out of the dugout, and Rodriguez sent him right back. There is a coach headed down the right field line toward the bullpen to get somebody up. So anyway, Hudson, as I was saying, it seems to be about every 8 innings where the A's score, and Chatham is now in its 9th inning without a run. First pitch to lefty Freeman. Chopped on the ground left side. Backhanded stopped at short by Maloney. His throw to first way late. Infield single Jackson Freeman. Chatham has a 1-out base runner in the 5th. Maloney did well just to get there. Ranged 20 feet or so into the hole and trapped it on the backhand while he slid. Had no chance to get the fleet of foot Freeman at first. So here's Isaiah Lane, righty hitting shortstop. 0 for 1 today with a ground out to third. Rodriguez set the pitch. Breaking ball paints the outside corner, 0-1. Right-hander nods, comes set. Freeman takes his lead off first with 1 out. A 1 pitch from Rodriguez. Breaking ball popped foul. First base side and out of play, 0-2. Lane is now 0 for his last 7. Does not have a hit since the 8th inning against Cotuit last Thursday. 0-2. Up and away with the fastball, 1-2. On opening day, he was the cleanup hitter. Has already also hit 3rd and 5th in the Chatham order. Of late, down near the bottom. Sunday in Hyannis. Hit 7th, today 8th. Pick to first, safe. Freeman back with a head-first dive. Lane looks toward third base coach Brett Doe. A step short of the third base coaching box, he drops the signs. Freeman takes the lead at first, 1 out. Rodriguez ready on the mound. The right-handers 1-2 pitch to Lane on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So make it 0 for the last 8 for Isaiah Lane. That's the 2nd out of the Chatham half of the 5th. With the runner on first and 2 out, here comes the righty hitting Michigan catcher Noah Miller. 1 for 1. Picked up his 2nd hit of the Cape League season with a looping liner over Shintaro Inoue at 2nd in the 3rd inning. Right on right, first pitch. Fastball outside to the righty. 1-0. Top of the Chatham order would be next in Henry Ford, but he won't come up unless Miller reaches. Pick to first, save. Even closer play this time. Freeman dives back head first again. Chatham out hitting Harwich 4-2, but the A's trail 2-0 in the bottom of the 5th. Man on first with 2 outs. 1-0. High, 2-0. Breaking ball at 84 to the righty Miller. And he gestures with his fingers, swipes it across his chest to indicate toward the Chatham dugout. Rodriguez has a slider. It's a good thing to pick up on in the 5th inning.
Right as he's about to go.
2-0. Swung on and line foul to the backstop. 2 balls, 1 strike. That Harwich coach, who had run down toward the bullpen after Rodriguez took the line drive off the leg, is still down in the bullpen. There are a couple of pitchers who were standing, or were sitting, who are now standing. Nobody throwing yet. Rodriguez set from the stretch, 2-1. Swing and a miss at a fastball, it's 2-2. Next pitch from Rodriguez will be number 53, and will finish 5 innings and put him in line for the win. Right on right. Runner on first, 2 out. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball down and away, and the count goes full. Freeman will be off with the pitch from first. Miller flutters his right arm in the back of the right-handed box. Brings his bat above the right shoulder. Ready for the payoff. Rodriguez deals. Fastball cold, strike 3. Right down the middle with a fastball, and Miller watches it go by. Chatham gets another hit in the bottom of the 5th. A's now out hitting the M's 4-2, but the A's get no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. Make it 9 straight innings without a run for Chatham. They trail the Harwich Mariners 2-0 at Veterans Field. Gabe Davis back to the mound when we come back on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham A's on the air.
I got so down and out in Frisco, tired of the pills and the rain. I picked up headed for the sunshine. I left a good thing behind. Seemed all of our love was in vain. Now my baby's coming in on the Tucson train. I come here looking for a new life, one I wouldn't have to explain. That voice that keeps me awake at night, when a little piece would make everything right. If I could just turn off my brain, but now my baby's coming in on the Tucson train.
Take a ride on the Tucson train as we go to the 6th at Veterans Field. Harwich in front of Chatham, 2-0. He's staring down the barrel of a 4th straight loss. With Hudson Ridley, I'm Jake Klein. Gabe Davis returns to the mound after a 1-2-3 inning in his Chatham debut. I should say his 2025 Chatham debut. Lefty hitting DH Tyler Bell in. First pitch of the 6th. Fastball misses away. 1-0. Issue for Davis has always been the walks. Between walks and hit by pitch, 36 free passes issued at Oklahoma State this past year. 1-0. Fastball lined to the backstop. A ball and a strike. That came in just 45 innings. It's a Cape League veteran, though. part of his third season now in the CCBL. 1-1. Breaking ball flutters over home plate. Called a strike. It's 1-2. Major velocity difference between that fastball and the breaker. 15+ miles an hour difference. Davis shakes off ahead of the 1-2 pitch. Nobody on, nobody out. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Bell tried to hold up, but the home plate umpire, Glenn Stewart, says he went around. Third straight strikeout for Davis. 1 out.
And it's been such a velocity difference from the starter, Colton Smith, who came in throwing 92, sometimes 93, most of the time even almost 89. And now it's dialed up to 95 with Gabe Davis, and he's blown it by hitters.
Trying to do the same against the right-handed hitter, Maddox Maloney. Singled and scored last time up. First pitch. Breaking ball called a strike. 0-1. Right at the top of the zone against the right-handed Maloney. Grounded a single up the middle against the starter Smith his last time up. 0-1 from Davis. Fastball popped foul. In the air, out of play on the right side. No balls, 2 strikes. And again, the catcher Noah Miller complied to go out to the mound to meet with Davis. They'll again review the signs as the home plate umpire, Glenn Stewart, chats with the batter, Maddox Maloney, behind home plate. I don't know what they could have been talking about.
Perhaps the weather. It's a hot day.
Unbearably so. Everybody's ready. 0-2 from Davis to Maloney. Here it comes. Breaking ball high. 1-2. You know, I was talking to Dennis Cook before the game. He's, of course, a Texas guy. I said, Dennis, are you just not hot at all? And he acknowledged it was pretty hot. Mm-hmm. But nothing brutal, he said.
I see.
1-2. Swing and a miss. Make it 4 straight strikeouts for Gabe Davis in his return to Chatham. 2 gone in the 6th. I finished my pregame interview with Dennis, chatted a little more, and then he said, all right, go find yourself some air conditioning.
He knew you couldn't take it.
First pitch to the righty, Matt Conti. Fastball punched foul in the air, out of play down the right side. How was my Dennis Cook impression?
That was not bad. That was not bad. I won't do my Jay Powell, who made fun of me pregame for not taking this heat well.
Yeah, Jay's a Mississippian. He gets it.
Just too hot for me.
0-1. Fastball up and into the righty. 1 ball, 1 strike. 94 that time on the gun. 2-0 Harwich, top of the 6th inning. Nobody on with 2 out. 1-1 count on the right-handed hitting Conti. The righty Davis steals. Breaking ball just down and in. Chatham dugout certainly thought it was in the zone. Couple of barks from Jay Powell, Dennis Cook, and others. Righty Davis looks in, agrees with the sign. 2-1. Swing and a miss. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Davis now a pitch away from a 5th straight strikeout and a chance to K the side in order. Steps up the back of the mound. Winds up from the first base side of the rubber. The 2-2 pitch. Fastball outside. 96, and the count goes full. All 5 hitters who have faced Davis out of the bullpen so far have been retired. Trey Broussard nearly homered. Henry Ford made a sprinting catch as he crashed against the wall in right center. And the next 5, or rather 4, have K'd against Davis. Now he'll look to make it 5 after a catcher's mitt exchange. Noah Miller tossed his back into the dugout. Daniel Jackson gave him a new one. Now Miller's ready. New mitt on the left hand. Davis's payoff pitch to Conti. Breaking ball tapped on the ground to short. Lane fields between the legs on 3 hops. Slings to first. Picked at first by Fralick. They got him. Chase Fralick saves an error. It's another 1-2-3 inning for Gabe Davis. 6 up, 6 down for the 6'9" righty. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on base for Harwich in the top of the 6th. Now can those Chatham bats wake up? A's have 4 hits but have not scored in over 9 innings of play. Will the 6th be the inning? Find out up next on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
A's on the air.
Get ready for big results with our small machines. With more power, performance, comfort, and savings. They're ready for every job. And we're ready with plenty of inventory, the best support in the business, same-day parts availability, and locations across the Northeast. So you can always be ready to work. Milton Cat, always ready.
Hi, this is Daniel Jackson from the University of Georgia. You're listening to Chatham A's Baseball with Jake Klein and Hudson Ridley on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Well, DJ has been hot to start the Cape League season. The rest of the Chatham offense, not so much. A's trail the Harwich Mariners 2-0 as they head to the bottom of the 6th at Veterans Field. With Hudson Ridley, I'm Jake Klein. Harwich righty starter Freddie Rodriguez back out there to start the 6th. He faces the top of the Chatham order, and the first pitch is a fastball low to the righty Henry Ford. It's 1-0. Ford 0 for 2. Fly to straightaway right and hit a hard ground ball that became a 6-4-3 double play. 1-0. Fastball tapped down the third baseline. Kennedy charges, off-balance throw from the grass in time. Nice play by D. Kennedy. He made that look easy, charging along the baseline and then from just inside the dirt cutout, from his right leg, he slung it with his right arm, and with the help of the tall first baseman Sam Harris, retired Henry Ford. First pitch to the lefty Fralick, fastball down and away, 1-0. Right on left matchup. Fralick singled, was thrown out trying to stretch to a double last time. 1-0. Fastball misses in tight at 89. 2 balls, no strikes. Blooped his hit into that Bermuda triangle between the left fielder, shortstop, and third baseman. Then reached second on a slide, but his foot came off. 2-0. Breaking ball in the dirt, 3-0. Second baseman Shintaro Inoue, about 5 steps onto the grass in right. Shortstop Maddox Maloney almost directly behind the bag at second. 3-0. Fastball high. It's a 4-pitch walk of Fralick. And Chatham has the tying run at the plate. Gavin Gallagher strides in. There's a righty, Ryan Bilka, right-hander out of Richmond, up in the Harwich bullpen. And Steve Englert has seen enough from his starter, Freddie Rodriguez. He's going to get the right-hander from the bullpen. It's a Chatham bars in call to the bullpen. Rodriguez gets some hugs from his Mariner infielders. He departs with the game-tying run at the plate. All the info you need on the new right-hander after a quick break. Harwich leads Chatham 2-0 in the bottom of the 6th. A's at the plate when we come back. It's the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more.
What you say?
Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more.
Oh woman, don't treat me so mean. You're the meanest old woman that I've ever seen. I guess if you say so, I'll have to pack my things and go.
That's right, hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more.
What you say?
Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more.
Now, baby, listen, baby, don't you treat me this away, 'cause I'll be back on my feet someday.
Don't care if you do, 'cause it's understood. You ain't got no money, you just ain't no good.
Well, I guess if you say so, I'll have to pack my things and go.
That's right, hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more.
What you say?
Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more.
Well,
Don't you come back no more.
what you said?
Don't you come back no more.
I didn't understand you.
Don't you come back no more.
So Chatham bars in, called to the bullpen for Harwich manager Steve Englert. With one out in the bottom of the 6th, the Mariners lead the Chatham A's 2-0 at Veterans Field. With Hudson Ridley, I'm Jake Klein. New pitcher is the righty Ryan Bilka, 6'1", 200-pound senior-to-be from Albany, New York, out of Richmond. And he takes over with the game-tying run at the plate. Runner on first and one out. Here comes Gavin Gallagher to the plate. Righty Bilka has pitched twice. A 1.59 ERA over 5 2/3, just a single earned run allowed. Right on right, first pitch. Fastball darts onto the outside corner. 0-1. 92-mile-an-hour heater. It's 0-1. Bilka pitched the first 2 years of his career at Wagner before he transferred to Richmond this past spring. Picked to first, Freilich back standing. He's gotten better with each season of his college career. 0-1 to Gallagher. Fastball lined foul, first base side and out of play. Soars over the Harwich dugout. It's 0-2. As a freshman at Wagner, the ERA 4.57 for Bilka, down to 3.19 as a sophomore, and then at Richmond as a junior, 2.18. All A10 performer. 0-2. Breaking ball, bounced on the ground to third, under Kennedy's glove and into left field. Freilich moves up to second. Chatham has runners on first and second with one out. It's a single for Gallagher.
Now batting for Chatham, the left fielder from Mississippi State, for 61, Ace Reese.
So here's Ace Reese, one of Chatham's leading RBI men, represents the go-ahead run. Runners on first and second with one out. A's down 2-0, bottom 6. First pitch, fastball up and away, 1-0. Ford retired to start the inning, then Freilich walked against the starter Rodriguez, and Gallagher singled. 5th hit of the game for the A's. 1-0. Fastball on the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Right-hander comes set. Bilka looks at second. Looks again. Now comes home. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball below the zone, and Reese fires the hands right on top of it. Ball and 2 strikes. Reese singled in the second, grounded out to second in the third. The pitch. Fastball punched foul. In the air, out of play on the third base side. Into the backyard of the home plate rental house. Just behind the third base side at Veterans Field. They've got the makeshift bleachers set up to watch the game over the fence. 1-2 to Reese. Fastball outside. Count even. 2-2. Two runs on 2 hits, no errors for Harwich. No runs on 5 hits, no errors for Chatham. He's threatening. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Ace Reese does not put a ball in play. He strikes out. Runners stay at first and second. Here's Daniel Jackson with 2 gone. Reese, with his head down, saunters back toward the A's dugout on the third base side. Jackson gets a nice hand from the Veterans Field crowd as he digs in. Against the righty Bilka. First pitch. Fastball called a strike. Inner third, it's 0-1. Third game in a row where the A's have sent the tying or go-ahead run to the plate in the middle innings. The prior 2 strikeouts have been the result. 0-1. Swing and a miss, 0-2. 2 games ago against Bourne, Jake Hanley came up as the tying run in the 5th, struck out. Last time out against Hyannis, Chase Fralick, the go-ahead run in the 5th, struck out. 0-2. Breaking ball punched in the air, shallow center. Shortstop Maloney races out. It drops in for a hit. Fralick rounds third, he scores. Gallagher goes first to third. It's an RBI single for Daniel Jackson. He continues to be the Chatham offense, and it's 2-1 Mariners in the bottom of the 6th.
Extends that RBI lead up to 3 now. He's got 7 on the season, and it seems like in the clutch hitting situations that we've talked with Dennis Cook about, there's really only been one player that has consistently showed up in those spots, and it has been Daniel Jackson.
Now has a run batted in 3 straight games. Here's the righty Ethan Mendoza, the pitch. Fastball inside, 1-0. Gallagher on third. Jackson on first. Harwich leads 2-1. Pick to first, and the runner back safely. Now they take their leads again off the corners with 2 out. 1-0 pitch to Mendoza. Here it is. Swung on and line foul. A ball and a strike to the righty. Mendoza is 0 of 2. Fly to right and grounded. I put that in air quotes back to the mound. He hit a line drive off the pitcher and then was put out. 1-1. High and tight. 2 balls and a strike. The run that scored off the Jackson single goes on the line of the starter, Freddie Rodriguez. The 2 on the base paths now are Bilka's. 2-1. Fastball inside, 3 balls and a strike. Steve Englert, the Harwich Mariner, shaking his head as he yells out at Glenn Stewart, the plate ump, from the first base side dugout. Tying run on third, go-ahead run on first with 2 out. 3-1 on Mendoza. Bilka comes set. Here's the pitch. Fastball, line towards right. It drops for a hit. Gallagher trots home. Chatham has tied the game. RBI single from Ethan Mendoza makes it 2-2 in the 6th. And Jackson goes first to third as the go-ahead run.
The right fielder, Northwestern, number 49, Jackson Freeman.
3 hits in the inning for the A's. And here's the lefty hitting Jackson Freeman with 2 out. Jackson takes his lead a step into foul ground off third. Mendoza walks off of first. Righty Bilka set on the mound, the pitch. High, 1-0. He's fallen behind a number of hitters in this inning, and it's cost him. Mendoza took an outside fastball and just whacked it on a sharp line to right. Bristol Carter, the right fielder, did well just to get it there and cut it off to prevent Jackson from scoring from first. 1-0. Fastball called a strike. Knee-high heater at 92. It's 1-1. Harwich 2, Chatham 2, bottom of the 6th. Bilka set. 1-1 to Freeman. Swing and a miss. Way in front of a breaking ball. It's 1-2. Jackson, the go-ahead run at third. Mendoza leads off of first with 2 out. Bilka ready. Right-hander against the lefty. 1-2. Fastball in the dirt. Trapped on the backhand by Conti, the catcher. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Brett Doe, the third base coach, taps the chest, the arms, and the ears, giving the signs. 2-2. Runner goes from first. Breaking ball hit on the ground up the middle into center field. Jackson scores. Mendoza goes first to third. It's a go-ahead RBI single for Jackson Freeman. Chatham 3, Harwich 2 in the bottom of the 6th. 4 of the last 5 Anglers have a hit.
And all of a sudden, after games and games of offensive struggles, all it took was 1 blow-up inning, and now the Anglers starting to put hits together.
That Harwich bullpen coach has assumed position by the gaggle of relievers down the right field line. Catcher Conti goes out to the mound to meet with the pitcher Bilka. Again, runners on the corners, 2 out. Now Isaiah Lane into the right-handed box. First pitch. Fastball skied to straightaway right. Carter takes a few steps toward the line. He makes the catch to end the inning. But what an inning it was for the A's. They score 3 times and jump in front. RBI hits from Jackson, Mendoza, and Freeman. Gives the A's 3 runs on 4 hits. No errors and 2 men left on base. Suddenly, after 6, Chatham has the lead. To the late innings, it's the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham A's on the air.
Sun coming up over New York City. School bus driver in a traffic jam, staring at the faces in a rearview mirror, looking at the promise of the promised land. One kid dreams of fame and fortune. One kid helps pay the rent. One could end up going to prison. One just might be president. Only in America, dreaming in red, white, and blue. Only in America, where we dream as big as we want to. We all get a chance. Everybody gets to dance.
Gabe Davis returns to the mound at Veterans Field, and now he's got the lead to work with. A 3 spot in the bottom of the 6th has Chatham ahead of Harwich 3-2. With Hudson Ridley, I'm Jake Klein. Shintaro Inoue, lefty hitting second baseman from Kansas State, leads off the 7th. A tall righty Davis ready. First pitch. Swing and a miss. Fastball at 93 in the dirt. Inouye waves over it 0-1. 6'9" on the mound against 5'7" in the left-handed box. Davis winds up. 0-1 home. Fastball just off the plate away. 93 again. A ball and a strike. Davis has been more like 95, 96 on the fastball. Brings his glove over his face. Now the 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball outside. 2-1. So velocity down to start the 7th. Could be the result of having already thrown 25 pitches or focusing in on a batter with a small strike zone. 2-1. Swing and a tapper foul at home plate. Just off the bottom of the barrel, then off the catcher's mitt. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Davis has retired the first 6 he's faced out of the bullpen in relief of Colton Smith. Is 2-2 to Inouye. In the dirt, count goes full. Smith, the starter, went 4 innings, allowed 2 earned runs on 2 hits, 3 walks and a strikeout as well. The first of what will be a couple of starts for him before it's decision time. Draft or return to school. Just entered the transfer portal. Nobody on, nobody out. The 3-2 to Inouye. Fastball popped foul in the air, third base side and out of play. D. Kennedy, Sam Harris, Trey Broussard, bottom of the Harwich order due up after Inouye. Righty and 2 lefties. Davis winds up. Another payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the rarely used changeup. It's the 5th strikeout for Gabe Davis out of the pen. 1 gone in the 7th.
Third baseman, number 11, D. Kennedy.
Right-handed hitting D. Kennedy stands in. 0 for 1. 2 flyouts. The latter, a sacrifice fly. Spins his natural grain barrel twice toward the mound. Readies for the first pitch from Gabe Davis. Here it is. Breaking ball outside, 1-0. Gavin Gallagher, the Chatham third baseman, even with the bag. Just a step or so behind the infield cutout. Shortstop Lane and second baseman Mendoza have heels on the outfield grass. 1-0. Fastball down and away. 2 balls, no strikes on Kennedy. Chatham outfield pretty straight up. Henry Ford in center, shaded a little left of center. Davis is ready. Here's his 2-0 pitch. In the dirt, 3 balls, no strikes. And now Davis in grave danger of walking his first. Would be the first base runner allowed by the righty. Left-handed hitting Sam Harris, Duke first baseman, is next. 3-0 home. Fastball called a strike, right down the middle at 94. It's 3-1 on Kennedy. Gallagher backs up at third. Presumably no longer a bunt situation for Kennedy. That's with nobody on and 1 out. The 3-1 in the dirt, ball 4. First base runner allowed by Gabe Davis is a 1-out walk to D. Kennedy. Harwich has the game-tying run on first and sends the go-ahead run to the plate with 1 out. It's Sam Harris. Left-handed hitter is 0 for 2. Grounded out to short in the second, struck out swinging in the 4th. Right against left. First pitch from Davis. Fastball paints the outside corner, 0-1. Davis has only elicited 1 ground ball so far. 6-3 ground out off the bat of Conti that ended the 6th. Another here. Could be an inning-ending double play. 0-1. Fastball tapped right back to the mound. Davis in front of the hill, grabs it, throws to first in time for the second out. Functionally works as a sacrifice bunt by Harris. It moves Kennedy to scoring position. He's the game-tying run with 2 outs. And here's Trey Broussard, left-handed hitting center fielder from Houston. He was the first batter to face Davis out of the bullpen, and he smoked a fastball into deep right center field that Henry Ford chased down before he crashed into the wall. Davis in the stretch, looks at the runner at second, comes home. First pitch is a fastball down and in. A ball and no strikes on Broussard. Right-handed hitting leadoff man Bristol Carter would be next. Davis in the stretch, nods at the sign, now comes set. Glances back at second and deals. Fastball called a strike, inside corner. Broussard nods as he backs out of the left-handed box. Pumps his left knee, now stares down the barrel of his bat. Steps back in. Ready for the 1-ball, 1-strike pitch from Gabe Davis. Here it is. Breaking ball, just tapped foul at home plate. Noah Miller, the catcher, scooped it up and put the bare hand tag on Broussard's back. But Glenn Stewart, the plate umpire, rules he fielded it in foul ground. So it's 1-2. Chatham leads Harwich 3-2 in the top of the 7th. Game-tying run on second with 2 out. Gabe Davis has Trey Broussard in a 1-ball, 2-strike count. From the stretch, here's the pitch. Fastball just high and tight. Broussard thought about offering. Started his hands around, but holds up almost immediately. And the count goes even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Davis looks in again, gets the sign. Ahead of a 2-2. Comes home. Breaking ball ducks down and in against the left-hander. 3 balls, 2 strikes on Broussard. Runner on second, Kennedy not forced. Does not have to run on the pitch. Davis set. Here's his payoff. Fastball downstairs. At 96, he had Broussard in a 1-ball, 2-strike count and walked him. Now runners on first and second with 2 out, and the leadoff hitter Bristol Carter comes to the righty box as the Chatham pitching coach Jay Powell slams the clipboard down on top of the dugout and walks to the mound.
Really, the number one thing that Dennis Cook and Jay Powell have both talked about this year is they'd rather attack hitters, put stuff over the heart of the plate. In their mind, it's better than walking a guy, walking multiple guys, or getting yourself into a situation where you have the 1-2 count and you're nibbling around the outsides instead of attacking the hitter. No doubt had to be part of why Powell slammed the clipboard on his way out to the mound.
71 walks in 3 seasons for Gabe Davis. He walked 14 in 18 innings with Chatham in 2023. And now has walked 2 here in the 7th inning. They're on first and second with 2 outs as the meeting breaks up. And the right-handed hitting Bristol Carter, 0 for 3, stands in. First pitch from Davis. Breaking ball on the outside corner, it's 0-1. 46 pitches out of the pen from Davis. It's been an impressive 2025 Cape League debut for the righty, but he'll need to escape this jam for that to hold. 0-1. Fastball in the dirt. Carter extends the hand towards second base to tell Kennedy, the lead runner, to hold. Runners retake their leads as the American flag in dead center field starts to blow ever so slightly straight out. 1-1. Breaking ball hammered, right center field. Ford on the run in the gap. He makes the catch. 94 miles an hour, a missile off the bat. But Henry Ford, who has covered all kinds of ground in center field today, gets there to end the Harwich threat. No runs, no hits, no errors. 2 men left on base. It's time to stretch at Veterans Field. 3-2 the Chatham lead. We'll kick it to public address announcer Peter Burns.
No? What's your name? Okay, all right, good enough. Moira's here. Okay, are you ready to go? All right, on 3. Ready? Are you ready to go? Okay, here's Holly with the list. Need to see the list. Okay. Simone, Des, Tenley, Max, Tucker, Cece, Rowan, Finn, Seamus, Jackson, Moira, Tesla, Ben, Ian, Sophia, Winnie, Charlotte, and Noah. You're here? I gotta have that hat. Okay, here we go. On 3. Ready? A 1, a 2, a 3. Let's hear it for an all-star crowd here tonight. Simone, Des, Tenley, Max, Tucker, Cece, Rowan, Finn, Seamus, Jackson, Moira, Tesla, Ben, Ian, Sophia, Winnie, and Charlotte. And Noah. Okay, and Simone. Great job, Simone. Leading off for the Anglers, the catcher from the University.
Back at Veterans Field, time for the bottom of the 7th. Chatham A's lead the Harwich Mariners 3-2. After a 3-run rally in the 6th, helped the A's jump in front. Ryan Bilka to Noah Miller. First pitch is a fastball called a strike, just above the knees. 0-1. Miller is 1 for 2, looped a single over the second baseman, and struck out looking. 0-1, popped foul, out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike on Miller. Rather 0-2 after the foul ball. Bilka, the right-hander, checks the pitch communication device on his left wrist and deals 0-2. Swing and a miss. Fastball way above the zone, and Miller chases after it. Strikes out for the first out of the 7th. During the 3-run Chatham rally in the 6th, the line on Harwich starter Freddie Rodriguez went final. Get you that in a moment. First, Henry Ford stands in. First pitch, breaking ball called a strike, inner third, 0-1. 5 1/3 for Rodriguez, 4 hits, 1 run, it was earned, a walk and 4 Ks. 0-1, fastball called a strike, no balls, 2 strikes. Bilka comes set from the stretch on the first base side of the mound. 0-2. Breaking ball lined to straightaway center. Broussard takes a few steps towards right. He makes the catch for the second out. Henry Ford is 0 for 4. And 0 for his last 6. As the lefty hitting Chase Freilich comes to the plate with nobody on and 2 out. Freilich, 1 of 2. Walked and scored the first run of that 3-run Chatham rally in the 6th. First pitch, fastball up and away, 1-0. 3 straight RBI singles in that 6th from Jackson, Mendoza, and Freeman. All the A's needed to jump in front 3-2. 1-0. Fastball on the inner third. Freilich shakes his knees and shoulders in the lefty box as he pinches his lips in disagreement with the call. It's 1-1. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball, popped foul. In the air, out of play behind home plate, offset toward the third base side. 1-2. Knocked his first Chatham hit in his second game in the third, then was thrown out trying to stretch it into a double. Bilka's 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 1-2-3 inning for Ryan Bilka. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base for Chatham. Gabe Davis coming right back out there as we go to the final 2 innings. Chatham clinging to a 3-2 lead over the visiting Harwich Mariners on the back of 3 RBI singles in the 6th. Gabe Davis has thrown 3 straight in his 2025 Cape League debut. He's going to come back out and try to make it 4 straight innings. He faces 3, 4, and 5 in the Harwich order. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss it. It's a 3-2 game on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's! Chatham on GRC.
In the sun somewhere, there's some buddies in a Chevy turning up Tom Petty on the way to the Cape. They'll be there all day. In the sun somewhere, there's a home run ball flying over that wall off of Little League bat. Peanuts and Cracker Jacks. It's a road trip on a wild tear, and I'll call you when we get there. Here's to making that coffee can cash. Here's to making those good times last. 2 for 1, the fireworks and cold beer in my right hand. Pretty girls in a top-down Jeep, wind blowing through their bleached blonde hair, having fun forever young out there in the sun somewhere.
Welcome back. Top of the 8th on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Hudson Ridley with you alongside Jake Klein. Retaking the mound for a 4th inning of work, it's Gabe Davis. He faces the righty Nico Brainy. First pitch, low and inside. Ball 1. Rather, the lefty Brainy. He's followed by Tyler Bell and Maddox Maloney. 2, 3, and 4 for Harwich. Chatham on top, 3-2. Here's the 1-0. Runs inside. Brainy makes a turn off the plate towards his inside left shoulder, as that pitch at 94 miles an hour brushed him away. 2 balls, no strikes. The 50th pitch from the right-hander Davis. Low and in. Another 3-0 count. In the last frame, Davis walked 2 batters, including Trey Broussard, the 9-hole hitter, who he had a 1-2 count on with 2 gone. Couldn't polish off the inning that way. Helicopter whizzes overhead into the night sky in Chatham. 3-0 pitch. Strike right down the middle on a fastball.
Dennis Cook shouting out, pitch to contact, pitch to contact.
Time called as a ball trickles out onto the field. That was tossed from the Harwich dugout, where the right-hander Tazwell Butler warms, senior from Kansas State. Ball is cleared off the field of play, and we're ready to go again. It's a 3-1 count to Brainy, the leadoff man in the top of the 8th. Davis kicks and deals. Inside on a fastball, ball 4. So after Davis struck out 5 batters, he's walked 3 of the last 6. And it puts the leadoff man aboard ahead of the designated hitter, Tyler Bell. Takes a big warm-up cut in the left-handed batter's box. Now steps in, his left foot on what once was the chalk to represent the box. Now that's been brushed away. Righty on lefty. First pitch, runner takes off for second. Swing and a tip into the mitt of Miller. He then drops it. And the retreat from second to first for Nico Brini.
Miller actually lucky that he dropped it. And now Steve Engler's coming out to argue that he dropped it on the transfer, so the stolen base should stand.
Has a meeting with home plate umpire Glenn Stewart. Just to the right of home plate on the first base side. He met Englert halfway between home plate and the Harwich dugout. And the two having a very calm conversation. Englert lets him know his feelings, and now Glenn Stewart orders both umpires in. Mickey Garcia from first and Anthony Brunetti from third to discuss this.
No instant replay, obviously, so all you can do, if you're lucky, is to get the umpires to huddle and talk it over. Steve Englert's been around. He knows the best way to do that is not by kicking and screaming. It's by asking nicely.
The call has been ruled, and the official decision is Brini will remain at first base.
And no further argument from Steve Englert.
He sits patiently in the Harwich dugout as it's 0-1 to Bell at the dish. Brini with a leadoff of first base. Gallagher even with the bag at third. Middle infield at double play depth. 0-1, runner takes off from second. Pitch is high, it's a ball. The throw down to second, a wild tag, not applied. Isaiah Lane snagged the ball on the second base side of second base. The shortstop threw the tag between his legs, jumping over the top of Brini. But the ball then escaped his glove and landed on the infield dirt. It's a stolen base for Nico Brini and a runner in scoring position for Harwich. 1-1 to Bell. Called strike. Inner third on a fastball. Bell ticks his head from left to right. Not in agreement with the call from Glenn Stewart, who flashes 1 and 2. Davis agrees on a sign. Looks over his right shoulder at Brini at second. Now fires. Skipped in the dirt. Miller sprints out of his catcher spot to the ball. He kept it in front of him. And it keeps Brini at second base. Gets a few shouts from the Chatham dugout. Crouches back down in his catcher spot. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nobody gone and a runner on second. Chatham up 3-2 in the top of the 8th. Davis fires. Swing and a miss. The ball's in the dirt. Miller fields and throws down to first in time for out number 1 in the top of the 8th. The 6th strikeout for Gabe Davis. A big fan of the 3 true outcomes. Only 3 balls in play through the first 11 hitters he's faced. The 12th hitter is Maddox Maloney, who stands in from the right side. Brini, the runner on second with a sizable lead. Gabe Davis steps off, fires to second, and Mendoza gloves it head high. Mendoza maybe not expecting the throw back to second base, had to scurry into position and grab it before it would have trickled into shallow center field. Brini retakes his lead. Mendoza equal distance to the bag from the runner. First pitch on the way, called strike. Just inside, 95 miles an hour on the fastball to Maloney.
Nice frame job from Noah Miller. Picked that thing right off the outside corner and brought it back in.
He's been having a quietly stellar defensive day. Plenty to block in front of the plate from Colton Smith earlier, but he did well to do so. 0-1 in the dirt. Scooped up by Miller. 1-1. 1 gone and a runner on second base. Chatham leads 3-2 in the top of the 8th under the bright lights at Veterans Field. What was once one of the hottest days of the summer so far is now subsided. 1-1. Swing and a ground ball left side. Deep in the hole, off the glove of Lane. Maloney reaches first. And that's ruled as an infield single. Although leaving the glove of Lane, it did get to the outfield. Greeny holds it second.
I don't think he had any chance to throw him out anyway. He was so far in the hole.
No. Regardless, it would not have mattered. And now Jay Powell coming out to check how many meetings he still has left on the mound. Consults with Glenn Stewart, the home plate umpire, who flips open his little book and sends Powell on his way to the mound. He meets with Davis and then gives a point down the left field line. Cade Smith, the new pitcher, charges out of the bullpen. After Colton Smith, his older brother, pitched earlier today, Cade Smith charged with cleaning up this game.
Jay Powell just gestured towards the infielders to come in and join him on the mound, and Caden Smith in the bullpen thought that meant come into the game and started running in and then got turned away.
A sizable mistake from Cade Smith, who's now burned a lot of energy, and he's staying in the dugout. And all he can do is have a laugh about it with Cole Johnson and Jake Hanley, all three freshmen, having a laughing conversation over what was a freshman mistake. Jay Powell has made his way back to the dugout. He scrapes the clipboard off the top of the dugout roof. And with runners on first and second, it brings up Matt Conti, the right-handed hitting catcher. The lead-taking run on the base paths with one gone. Davis checks the runner at second, now deals. At the knees, a called strike. And now in a sticky situation, Davis has leaned heavily on the fastball. Velocity carrying still in the mid-90s. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a chopper. Left side stays fair. Davis fields on a hop and fires to first in time. He scooped it up off the ground and while leaning backwards, gunned it to first, where Freilich didn't have to move an inch. It was right at his face for out number 2. Breeny advances to third, Maloney up to second base. But now all Davis has to do is focus on Shintaro Inoue, who digs in from the left side with 2 gone. Davis stares him down. Now fires. Way inside, and Inoue brushed off the plate. It's 1-0. Inoue struck out his last time up against Davis. One of the 6 strikeouts picked up by the big right-hander so far. He agrees on the sign with Miller. The 1-0 pitch. Low and in yet again. Ball 2. Inoue likes to crouch way down and crowd the plate. Twirls the natural grain bat next to his left ear. Here's the 2-0. Low and inside. And now Davis in jeopardy of walking the bases loaded.
I might just walk him now. What's the point of throwing one over the plate in this situation?
Runners on second and third for Inoue in a 3-0 count with 2 gone. Here's the pitch. Strike call. Low and away, a fastball that dotted the low outside corner. 3-1. Hitters count for Inoue. Hasn't powered anything yet today. Here's the 3-1. Strike called. Right down the middle on a fastball. Center cut, and Inoue doesn't go around. Davis gets cheers from the crowd as he's worked his way into a full count. 2 gone, runners on second and third. Chatham up by 1 in the top of the 8th. Davis with a long look in. He's got 5 on the clock to deal. Finally agrees on a sign. He's got 2 to throw, and time called by Miller behind the dish. A fraction of a second away from a pitch clock violation, which would have loaded the bases. Now Miller leaves his catcher's spot, makes his way out to the mound, gloves over the face to talk with Davis. It's been up and down for Davis. Retired the first 6 batters he faced. 5 of them coming by strikeout. Now he's mixed in the walks. 3-2 with 2 gone. Davis ready again. Rocks and deals. Low and inside, ball 4, and the bases are loaded. Inoue to first. Maloney stays on second. Brini on third. And now the biggest at-bat of the game so far rests with D. Kennedy. Kennedy today 0 for 2, rather 0 for 1. A sac fly in the 4th, and he walked in the 7th. Davis cannot afford the walk here. Bases juiced, righty on righty, first pitch. Swing and a foul, lofted backwards, directly behind home plate, and it lands just shy of the Little League field that's behind the first base dugout, where Harwich sits tonight.
Hanging 88-mile-per-hour breaking ball, middle. Davis lucky.
He's got Kennedy in an 0-1 count. Here's the pitch. Low and inside, ball 1. 97 miles an hour, the hardest pitch of the night from Davis. He has to contend with Brini jumping at third. Right in the vision of the righty. He pays him no mind and stares down Kennedy. 1-1 with 2 gone. Kicks and deals. High and inside. Kennedy thought about firing the hands, pulled back, appealed down the first base line. No swings is Mickey Garcia. 2 balls and 1 strike to Kennedy. Chatham with a 3-2 lead in the top of the 8th, looking to snap a 3-game losing streak. Here's the 2-1. Popped up, foul. Noah Miller took the mask off and charged for it behind Harwich's first base dugout. And now meanders back to his spot. Glenn Stewart hands him his mask, and Gabe Davis receives applause. He's thrown 74 pitches out of the bullpen. It's 2-2 with 2 gone. His 75th. Swing and a miss, strike 3. What a big K for Gabe Davis. Leaves the bases loaded and keeps the Chatham lead. 3-2, Anglers on top as we head to the bottom of the 8th. No runs for Harwich on 1 hit. No errors, and the bases left loaded. When we come back, it's Gallagher, Reese, and Jackson. Jackson, Reese, and Gallagher have already combined for runs today. Find out if they add more on to the Chatham lead when we come back.
Chatham on TRZ, Cape Cod. Coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be down because I want it all. It started out with a kiss, how did it end up like this? It was only a kiss, Now I'm falling asleep and she's calling a cab while he's having a smoke and she's taking a drag. Now they're going to bed and my stomach is sick and it's all in my head, but she's touching his chest. Now he takes off her dress. Now let
Bottom of the 8th on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Chatham breathes a deep sigh of relief after Harwich leaves the bases loaded and leaves the score at 3-2 Anglers. Gavin Gallagher, Ace Reese, and Daniel Jackson all up to face the new pitcher for Harwich. 5'11", 205 right-hander Tazwell Butler. A righty from Kansas State, making his second appearance of the young season. Righty-righty, first pitch. Taken at the knees for a called strike. 92 on the fastball from Butler. Gallagher came around to score one of Chatham's 3 runs, all coming in the bottom of the 6th. 0-1, swing and a miss. A massive hack from Gallagher, who swung so hard he leapt to the left-handed batter's box. He digs back in from the right side, down 0-2. Butler comes set. Kicks and deals. Swing and a lofted foul ball. Went straight back and just ever so slightly to the right. And it's a foot race between the kids of Chatham spectators today. A season-high 2,417-person crowd at Veterans Field. 0-2. Here's the pitch. Rounded left side, and it trails foul. Just inches over the chalk down the third base line. It's scooped up by D. Kennedy in foul ground, who tosses it right back to Butler. Butler has not allowed a run this season in 2 innings of work. Only gave up 1 hit in his lone appearance. Gallagher retreats all the way back and prepares for the 0-2. Chatham holding on to a narrow 3-2 lead. Only 2 innings in this ball game have had scoring. Top of the 4th and bottom of the 6th. Another 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Slider low and away got Gallagher to chop and miss badly. And it retires the leadoff man in the bottom of the 8th. That brings up the cleanup man, Ace Reese. Picked up a single back in the 2nd. Since then, grounded out and struck out. Stands in from the left side. The righty Butler fires. Low and outside. Ball 1 on a fastball. Matt Conti, the catcher for Harwich, attempted to frame it back up, but he could not fool Glenn Stewart. A long wait, now the 1-0. High and outside. Butler changes the eye level, but it still goes 2-0 to Reese. The night sky now completely black at Veterans Field. Only the light towers surrounding the ballpark keep this place lit up. The 2-0. Swing and a pop-up foul. Reese drove it left side after being late on the fastball. 91 miles an hour. Runs the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. Base paths empty with 1 gone. Chatham on top 3-2 in the bottom of the 8th. Here's the pitch. Swing and a pop-up. Left side, foul ground. Over comes Kennedy, over towards the Chatham dugout. Slides up against the fencing, but can't make the grab. Kennedy ran knee first into the netting in front of the Chatham dugout on the third base side. Slammed into it, but could not come up with the ball. So instead of the second out of the frame, it's just 2-2. As Kennedy retreats back to his third base spot and messes with the knees of his pants that came bunched up when he slid. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Reese, who digs back in. Here's the pitch. Swing and a pop-up. Another foul ball. This time it leaves the yard, so no chance for Kennedy to go head first into anything. He stays at third base. Maloney at short with his heels on the grass. Inoue at second, playing 6 or so feet onto the grass. 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. It was a pitch right down the middle that Reese only diagnosed mere feet from the plate. And it drew out a late swing from the left fielder to make it back-to-back Ks for Butler. That brings up Daniel Jackson with 2 gone in the bottom of the 8th. Chatham looking for insurance, up 3-2. First pitch, righty-righty. Cut on and miss, strike 1. Earlier in the ball game when Jackson drove in a run, Jake, you mentioned how Jackson has been the offense for Chatham this season. Leads the team in RBIs with 8. He's down 0-1. The pitch, foul back. Got the bat underneath a fastball and drove it to the screen. 0-2 count with 2 gone. Jackson stands back in, chokes up on his bat, something he's not used to doing. Plenty of power, but now trying for the contact swing. 0-2 pitch, swing and a foul off right side. Blasted that ball deep into the right. Comes back in still with the choke on the bat. Ethan Mendoza with big warm-up hacks in the on-deck circle. Here's the 0-2. Well above the head of Jackson and gloved by Conti. It's 1-2. A waste pitch from Butler. Jackson is ready. The 1-2. Low. Slider never had a chance. Started off at the belt and dipped well below the knees by the time it reached home plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 gone. Chatham a 3-2 lead in the bottom of the 8th. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. It was dropped, then gloved, the tag applied, and Butler strikes out the side. 1, 2, 3 go the Anglers. Tazwell Butler, the right-hander, holds the game at 3-2. Last licks for Harwich. It's Harris, Broussard, and Carter with the Mariners trailing by 1. Chatham in search of its first win in the last 4 games on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Cape Cod.
Welcome back in for the top of the 9th on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. I'm Hudson Ridley, joined by Jake Klein. Cade Smith, the right-hander, takes the mound in line for the save as Chatham leads 3-2. 6'2", 195 pounds from TCU, pitching in his third game of the season. Smith has pitched 3 innings so far this year to the tune of a 3 ERA. 2 hits allowed, only 1 earned run. The problem, 3 walks to 3 strikeouts. Smith walks up the back of the mound and prepares to face Sam Harris. It's Harris, Trey Broussard, and Bristol Carter, 8, 9, and 1. Walks to Smith walks face Sam Harris. Broussard, 8, 9 and 1 strike. Jay Powell from the dugout barks to not get cute at Caden Smith. Agrees on the sign with Miller. 2-1 pitch. Broken bat, grounded to Mendoza at second. Fields it and flips to first. Out number 1. The core of the bat shattered in the hands of Sam Harris. Created a slow dribbler. Mendoza sat back and didn't charge it, and still fired over in plenty of time. That brings up Trey Broussard. Gets the signs from Harwich's third base coach. Stands in, knees together in the left-handed batter's box. First pitch. Called strike on the outer half. Big, slow breaking ball clips the zone. 0-1. Broussard 0 for 2 today with a walk in the 7th. The 0-1. Grounded sharply left side, actually sprayed left, and into the glove of Reese in left field, who scoops it up and fires in. It's a 1-out single for Trey Broussard, 100 miles an hour off the bat. He was late on the fastball high and still put enough power behind it to shoot it into left field. The tying run aboard in the top of the 9th. Lineup turns over for Bristol Carter. 0 for 4 today. Broussard takes a small leadoff at first, now widens it. Pickoff move to first, gets away from Freilich and trickles into foul ground. Going from first to third. There goes Broussard, head first slide, over the glove of Gallagher at third. Broussard all the way home. 2 errors bring him in, and Harwich ties the ball game at 3. Dennis Cook slams his clipboard in the dugout. He can't believe it. And all of a sudden, it's 3-3 in the top of the 9th.
I can't believe it either.
The pickoff move to first went underneath the glove of Freilich. And when he tracked it down in foul ground, just misfired. First pitch runs inside and nearly gets Bristol Carter. Smith told to regroup on the mound. He's taking deep breaths. Is 1-0. Rocketed right side and foul. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Broussard came around to score on an E1 and an E3. Here's the 1-1. Just high. Breaking ball tried to drop it in at the upper half. Nothing doing, says Glenn Stewart. 2-1 pitch. Rocketed right side, foul. Knocks off of the pole that holds up a light tower in foul ground. 2-2 with 1 gone. Game now tied at 3 after 2 errors brought in Broussard, who singled just moments ago. 2-2. High fly ball. Stays on the infield as it dies in the wind. Mendoza calls off the rest of the infield and makes the catch for out number 2.
Now batting for Harwich, the left fielder, number 4, Nico Brini.
With 2 gone, it brings up Nico Brini. Righty on lefty as he stands in. Smith winds and throws. First pitch swinging. Pop up left side of the infield. Gallagher underneath it. Lane waves him off behind third base and makes the grab. So Chatham still with a chance heading to the bottom of the 9th. But oh boy, it could have been much different. It was a single from Trey Broussard with 1 gone. And then a calamitous play with 2 errors brought him in from first on a pickoff move. Now Chatham sends Mendoza, Freeman, and Lane to the plate in the bottom of the 9th, knotted at 3. Chatham on a 3-game losing skid with a chance to break it when we return. Don't go anywhere. Walk-off potential in store on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's, Chatham on GRC.
Bottom of the 9th on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Chatham and Harwich tied at 3 apiece after errors brought in Broussard to knot the ball game. Hudson Ridley with you, joined by Jake Klein. It's Ethan Mendoza who stands in from the right side. Jackson Freeman to follow and Isaiah Lane after him. All to face the righty Tazwell Butler. Butler set at the belt. Fires. Foul back. Just ever so slightly cleared the screen. Mendoza, who came into the year taking most first pitches, has altered his approach and now has gone first pitch swinging more often than he did in his time at Texas. He's down 0-1. Here it is. Low and inside. Ball 1. Mendoza drove in a run, one of the 3 for Chatham, all coming in the 6th. The 1-1, swing and a miss. A big hack at a breaking ball upstairs, and he was underneath it the whole way. It's 1-2. Butler steps back up the mound, ready for the 1-2. Looks down at his shoes. Now up at Mendoza and fires. Fouled off right side. Mendoza was late, leaned the body over, and limply flung the arms out to get any wood to the ball and keep himself alive. A hushed crowd at Veterans Field. 1-2. Low and away. Mendoza thought about it the whole way, but kept the hands back. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Runs up to 2-2. Mendoza lifts the bat off the shoulder. Here's the pitch. Grounded at the plate, trails foul. For Chatham, it's a serious chance at a momentum builder. The Anglers sit alone at the bottom of the East. Harwich right in the middle of the pack at third. It's 2-2 to the leadoff man, Mendoza. Here's the pitch. Foul back yet again. He stays alive. Butler has challenged him on every corner of the strike zone, largely with fastballs. Mendoza has fought off over half of them and stands in a 2-2 count. Butler deals. Ball 3 low. And now the energy starting to come from Veterans Field, mostly from the Chatham dugout. Mendoza has worked his way into a full count. The payoff. Swing and a tip into the mitt, strike 3. 4 straight strikeouts from Tazwell Butler. And it retires the leadoff man in the bottom of the 9th. It brings up Jackson Freeman, who stands in from the left side. He's had a resurgent day after being put back in the lineup. 2 singles, including driving in a run. Was also hit by a pitch. Butler's first. Strike taken right down the middle on a slider. It was a take all the way from Freeman. Twirls the bat and is ready for the 0-1. Here it is. Just outside on a fastball. 1-1. Usually in a tie ball game, bottom of the 9th, there's a lot of energy in the stands. But right now, a hushed crowd. 1-1. Low and inside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Right now, it seems as if the crowd is more on bated breath. 2-1 pitch. Swing and a ground ball to second, gloved by the second baseman and fired onto first. Out number 2. Inoue barely grasped it with his feet back to the grass. But barely counts the same as if he squeezed it all the way. And the out counts just the same. It's 2 gone. Isaiah Lane, the last hope for Chatham in the bottom of the 9th before this would go to extras. Only 10 innings played in Cape Cod League Baseball before the game is ruled a tie. Lane from the right side waves the bat over his head. First pitch. Breaking ball in the dirt. Thought about going around, but he held back. It's 1-0. Two gone. Bottom 9 tied at 3. The 1-0 to Lane. Popped up. Right side. Back on it goes Harris, and he gloves it with his feet on the grass for out number 3. So the Anglers, who were a few outs away from winning the ball game, have gone 1-2-3 in the bottom of the 9th to bring up a 10th inning of baseball. No runs on no hits, no errors, and no runners reaching base for Chatham. Extra baseball here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Tyler Bell, Maddox Maloney, and Matt Conti, 3, 4, and 5 for Harwich. On the other side, as Caden Smith returns for a second inning of work. Can he close it out? We'll find out on the other side on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's! Chatham on GRC.
I'm gonna wait till the midnight hour. That's when my love comes tumbling down. I'm gonna wait till the midnight hour when there's no one else around. I'm gonna take you, girl, and hold you and do all the things I told you in the midnight hour. Yes, I am. Oh, yes, I am. One more thing I just want to say right here. I'm gonna wait till the stars come out and see that twinkle in your eyes. I'm gonna wait till the midnight hour. That's when my love began to shine. You're the only girl I know that really love me so.
Hi, this is Mason Bixby from TCU. You're listening to Chatham A's Baseball with Jake Klein and Hudson Ridley on Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Mason Bixby brings us back as his right-handed teammate Caden Smith comes on for a second inning of work. In this inning is the top of the 10th. 3-3 as Tyler Bell stands in from the left side. He has an automatic runner on second. It's Nico Brini, who swiped a bag back in the 8th. He's a threat to run. Gallagher at third base has his feet on the grass in preparation. First pitch to Bell. Taken for a strike. Smith starts him off with a fastball. Brini gets a lead off of second base. 0-1 pitch. High and outside. Couldn't locate the zone on a fastball. Bell wouldn't chase either. 1 for 3 with a single and a walk. Last 2 at-bats for Bell were strikeouts. He wiggles the bat. The 1-1. Before that, Smith steps off, lollipops a throw to Lane, who was covering second base. Brini back in plenty of time. Bell has waited patiently at the dish this entire time. Now the 1-1. Flied left side, it's a fair ball. Brini rounds third and comes in to score. Over to second goes Bell, he's in standing. And it's an RBI lead-taking double for Harwich. Tyler Bell puts the Mariners in front, 4-3 in the top of the 10th.
The shortstop, number 39, Maddox Maloney.
And that is crushing for Chatham. On a day where a little bit more run support was finally there. Errors led to the tie. And now extra innings have led to a Harwich lead. Maddox Maloney from the right side. First pitch. Holds back. It tips off the end of his bat, makes its way to the backstop, and that holds up Tyler Bell at second base. The hands didn't go around, but the nub of the bat was just enough. Four to 3 Harwich. Top of the 10th. 1 run has already come in to score. 0-1. Big cut and a miss. Nothing in 2. As it stands, Tyler Bell is the hero after driving in a run earlier in the frame. He stands off of second base. Nobody gone. 0-2 count. Here's the pitch. Tails inside. Breaking ball from Smith makes it 1-2. Maloney ready in the right-hander's box. Stands stiff and straight up in his stance. 1-2. Called strike 3 at the knees. Caden Smith placed the pitch perfectly. And he got the call from home plate umpire Glenn Stewart. That's one gone in the top of the 10th. Runner at second. Harwich on top 4-3 for the right-handed catcher Matt Conti. Smith checks on the runner, now deals. At the eyes of Conti for ball 1. As it stands, Smith would be saddled with the loss and a blown save. 1-0 pitch. Runs inside. Ball 2. Back-to-back misplaced fastballs from the right-hander. There's a righty up and warming in the Chatham pen. It's 2-0 to Conti. Here's the pitch. Swung on and tipped into the mitt of Miller. 2-1. Wind starting to pick up as it drifts outwards, just ever so slightly. Pitch clock down to 5 for Smith. He deals with just 1. Catches the bottom edge. Off-speed pitch, it's 2-2. Conti ready. Smith checks the runner and fires. Fouled off. Ran inside on the righty Conti and just nubbed it in off the hands. The right-hander Duke Stone up and warming in the pen if Caden Smith cannot finish off the top of the 10th. He has Matt Conti in a 2-2 count. Here it is. Swing and a liner out to right field, and it drops for a base hit. Bell holds at third. It's a 1-out single for Matt Conti, and the parade continues for the Mariners. Already up 4-3 in the top of the 10th. And the frustration mounting for the Anglers. Runners on the corners. It's Bell at third. Shintaro in a way. For the 5th time today, the lefty stands in. Smith's 26th pitch of the appearance. Fastball outside for ball 1. He's starting to lose the command around the zone. The crowd, which once had murmurs, is now almost silent. 1-0 is up and out. Runner goes down to second. No throw for Miller. Non-contested, Conti moves up 90 feet. And that's especially bad because it takes off the double play, and now 2 in scoring position with Chatham trailing 4-3. And that brings the infield in at every position. Smith steps off the mound. First, second, and short with their toes on the grass. It's Gallagher who plays slightly behind at third. 2-0 pitch. Just below the knees, 3-0. Home plate umpire Glenn Stewart heckled from Dennis Cook in the Chatham dugout. They thought that was a strike. Instead, it's 3-0. Here it is. Way high. Throw down to third. The tag not in time, and the bases are loaded. Inouye at first, Conti at second, Bell at third, and it brings up D. Kennedy. Kennedy has been in this spot before. When Harwich trailed 3-2 in the 8th, Kennedy struck out with the bases loaded. Now with a 4-3 lead in the top of the 10th, Kennedy finds himself back up yet again with the bases loaded. First pitch, called strike at the knees, a fastball from Smith. He's tossed 30 pitches so far. Decides on a pitch with Miller, who sets up outside. 0-1. Swing and a ground ball left side and through. One run comes in to score, and it gets past Reese and left. Conti from second, Bell from third. It is 6-3 Harwich in the top of the 10th. And this game has escaped the Anglers.
First baseman, number 30, Sam Harris.
You can feel all the air let out of the balloon at Veterans Field. Once in line for the win, Chatham now trails 6-3 in the top of the 10th. It's Sam Harris from the left side. First pitch is at the eyes for ball one.
2 outs away from the win.
And it wasn't until 2 errors on the same pickoff move to first brought in Trey Broussard, who was over on first. Here's the 1-0. Clips the bottom outside corner for strike one. Chatham needs a lot of offensive muscle, the likes it hasn't had in the last few games, if it wants to win this one. 1-1. Big cut and a miss at a ball in the dirt. Miller searched for it underneath his legs, and when he finally found it, darted around and picked it up. Kennedy remains at first. Inouye staying at second base. 1-2 count with 1 gone in the top of the 10th. Harwich on top, 6-3. The 1-2. Swing and a tapper foul. Slowly hops its way to the brick backstop. Remains 1-2. Fans starting to make their way for the exits, in air quotes, here at Veterans Field. Entrance and exit is free. You can just walk off into the night sky. A couple fans opting to do so. Here's the 1-2. Grounded up the middle and through. Another base hit. The windmill at third scores Inouye as the throw takes Miller away from home plate, and it is 7-3 Harwich. The biggest frame of the game for either side comes in the top of the 10th, and Jay Powell throws down the clipboard and makes his way out to the mound. Chatham had it in its grasp and lost it. And now with Powell making his way out, he takes the ball from Smith, and it will be Duke Stone to try to get Chatham to the ball game, still down by 4. 7-3, Harwich on top, as we have a Chatham Bars Inn call to the bullpen. We get you the numbers on Caden Smith and the new right-hander Duke Stone on the other side when we return on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod.
Everything in season.
with you for the top of the 10th of what is now a very lopsided ball game. Harwich on top 7-3, and there's a Chatham Bars Inn call to the bullpen for the Anglers. The righty Duke Stone on for his 3rd appearance of the year to try to keep this at least a 4-run ball game. Runners on first and second greet Stone, with Trey Broussard standing in from the left side. First pitch, foul back over the top of the press box, offset just to the left side of home plate. It's 0-1. Stone this year carrying in a 9 ERA after allowing 3 runs in 3 innings pitched. Still early in the year. Oh, 1 pitch, high and away, ball 1. Just demoralizing for the Anglers. Still with a chance in the bottom of the 10th. 1-1. Smoked left side and foul. Took a high bounce in the dirt before it went past the third base line. A ball and 2 strikes. Here it is from Stone. At the eyes. And now Stone has started to work his way around the zone. Shakes off Miller a few times, now decides on a pitch. 2-2. Fouled off. Clears the top of the press box. Broussard takes a deep breath. Right now, the pressure is not on him. It's on the Anglers' bats and on Duke Stone to get Chatham to that point. Still only 1 gone. 2-2. Fouled off at the plate. Skipped off of Miller, then off the back left leg of Trey Broussard. And it spun on top of home plate until it was shoveled out of the way. Chatham needs 4 runs, something it hasn't done since it took on Katuitt in its last win. That was game 5 of the year, now in game 9. Two-two. At the letters for ball 3. And now Stone has worked it into a full count. Runners on first and second. Harwich has plated 4 in the top of the 10th to make it a 7-4 Mariner lead. Rather, 7-3. Payoff. Sprayed foul. Stone challenged the hitter with a fastball down the middle. Harwich has also tied Chatham's hit total at 8. Came into this frame with just 4. Another payoff. Swing and a miss, strike 3. A big strikeout from Duke Stone to at least get the train moving a little bit more. Caden Smith struck out Maloney, the 3rd batter he faced. But other than that, it was a double, a single, a walk, a single, and then another single. 9th batter of the frame, it's Bristol Carter. First pitch to the righty, cut on and missed. Tried to hold up, but was rung up at the plate by Glenn Stewart. Digs in his front left foot, 0-1. Fouled off at the plate. 0-2, and Duke Stone gets some encouragement. One more. A couple fans say from the crowd, that's what it would take to send the Anglers to the bottom of the 10th, trailing by 4 runs. It's been 5 straight for Harwich after Chatham was 2 outs away from ending the game. 0-2, cut on and miss, strike 3. So Duke Stone comes in and strikes out the 2 batters he faces, but the damage has been done plenty. 4 runs plated, coming on 4 hits, 1 error, and the 2 runners left on base. Plenty of work to do for Chatham in the home half of the 10th. The Anglers looking to avoid a 4th straight loss when we return on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod.
I get up in the evening and I ain't got nothing to say. I come home in the morning, I go to bed feeling the same way. I ain't nothing but tired. Man, I'm just tired and bored with myself. Hey there, baby, I could use just a little help. You can't start a fire. You can't start a fire without a spark. This gun's for hire, even if we're just dancing in the dark. Messages keep getting clearer. Radio's on and I'm moving around the place. I check my look in the mirror. Wanna change my clothes, my hair, my face, and I ain't getting nowhere. I'm just living in a dump like this. There's something happening somewhere. Baby, I just know that this can't start a fire.
This broadcast is a copyrighted production of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Any unauthorized duplication, retransmission, or any other use is strictly prohibited. Bottom 10, Chatham trails 7-3. Noah Miller at the dish to face Tazwell Butler. First pitch, called strike. Fastball high. 4 runs coming across in the top of the 10th, all 4 given up by Caden Smith. Ghost runner on second is Isaiah Lane. 0-1. Popped up right side, foul. The last 10 Chatham batters have been retired. 6 of them struck out swinging. Miller was one of those. Struck out swinging to begin the bottom of the 7th. Here's the 0-2. Just below the zone, Miller thought about firing the hands, but he held back. One and 2. Butler set at the belt. He fires. Swinging a high fly ball driven out to center field. Broussard ranges in from center. He's underneath it and makes the grab for out number 1. His quick throw in from center holds Lane at second base. And Chatham down to its final 2 outs.
Number 37, Henry Ford.
That brings up Henry Ford for the 5th time today. Ford is 0 for 4. Righty on righty. First pitch. Low and inside on a fastball. 1-0. It's been 40 pitches now for Tazwell Butler. Adjusts his pants. Looks in and deals. Low and inside yet again on a fastball. It's 2-0. The Harwich bullpen still with players in it down the right field line. But nobody up and warming. They'll let Butler take it. 2-0. Called strike at the knees. Ford has had a relatively quiet day for what he's brought so far this year. Here's the 2-1. Smoked up the middle. It's a base hit. The windmill at third for Lane. He comes in to score. And Chatham has narrowed the ball game. 7-4. Harwich still on top in the bottom of the 10th.
Now batting for Chatham, the first baseman from Auburn, number 6, Chase Fralick.
That brings up Chase Fralick. Picked up his first hit as a Chatham Angler earlier today with a double in the bottom of the 3rd. Ford with a leadoff at first. Here's the pitch. Framed back into the zone. 0-1 on a fastball that was yanked up by Matt Conte. Sprayed foul. And in the time between pitches, the kind of atmosphere where you can hear a pin drop. Some from Chatham still sticking around with the chance to come back and win it. But Chatham needs its most productive inning of the year. 0-2. Low and away, called strike 3. Clips the outside corner on Fralick. His 3rd strikeout of the day, and Chatham down to its final out.
Number 42, Gavin Gallagher.
The last hope rests with Gavin Gallagher. A couple of faint cheers, and nothing much for the 3rd baseman. First pitch to the right-hander. Called strike. 0-1. The hill beyond center and right field now nearly deserted. Just a gaggle of fans in center. Lower bowl mostly empty at Veterans Field. The 0-1. Low and away, ball 1. Nearing 10:30 East Coast time as this game drones on into the night. Only 1 out away from ending at Veterans Field. 1-1. Just below the zone. Now it's a lefty up and warming in the Harwich pen. Despite the fact that Butler only needs 1 more. 2-1. Rocketed out to right field, and it drops down for a base hit. Chatham has its 2nd hit of the frame. It moves Ford up to 2nd. Gallagher on 1st. And it brings the tying run to the plate in the form of Ace Reese. So a slight bit of momentum from Chatham.
Number 61, Ace Reese.
They could really use a home run from Ace Reese. After a monster season at Mississippi State, double-digit home runs. He has yet to hit one with the Anglers. He stands in from the left side. First pitch. Swing and a drive. Deep to center field. Broussard chases it back at the wall. It's gone! Oh my goodness, Reese has tied it! A monster 3-run jack to dead center field. And Veterans Field explodes. 7-7. The Anglers knotted in the bottom of the 10th. What a monster hack. 386 feet, his first home run as an Angler. And it could not have come at a better time. Now a meeting on the mound to talk with Butler, who shrugs his shoulders and tugs at his cap. Chatham will not lose this game.
Wow. And yet, as crazy as it is, it's 7-7. And with one out in the ninth, Chatham was winning.
The roller coaster of this game continues in unimaginable ways. Daniel Jackson, the team's leader in home runs, now represents the winning run as he digs in from the right side. Taz Butler left on to face him. It's righty on righty. First pitch. Strike taken at the knees. Jackson drove in a run on a single back in the sixth. 0-1. Big cut and a miss. Strike two. He wanted to win the ball game on that hack. Instead, he falls behind. And we're one strike away from a tie. Here's the pitch. Half-hearted swing. Did he go around? No, he held up. Appeal down to first, rung him up. And that's the game. Glenn Stewart didn't move a muscle and then appealed down to first, and Mickey Garcia ends the game on his own. And so Chatham has tied the second time this year, both 7-7 ball games. And some ties feel like losses. This one may feel like a win. Down to its final out, Ace Reese with a deep blast to center field tied the game at 7, and maybe a little bit of momentum for the Anglers, who don't fall and snap a 3-game losing skid. We have the Anglers Extra post-game show up next. Jake Klein will have an interview, and we'll have your highlights from what was a whale of a ball game. All that and more coming up after this short break.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's, Chatham on TRC. When the lights go down in the city and the sun shines on the bay,
Welcome back in for the Anglers Extra postgame show from Veterans Field following a 7-7 tie between Chatham and Harwich. Jake Klein is standing by field side with an interview.
Hudson Diamond side with Ace Reese after the 7-7 tie, Chatham and Harwich. Ace, you go up there down 3, bottom of the 10th. What's the mentality?
Man, I mean, we need a big swing and a big moment. So, I mean, I was the guy on the spot, and it just so happened to be me. So it was good to get a nice swing off tonight.
Describe the roller coaster of emotions of that game.
Yeah, I mean, it was obviously a long game, went 10, 11 innings. So, but, I mean, we kept fighting as a team, got down at one point in the 10th, and decided to come back and do what we could to get that tie late. So,
what was the message from manager Dennis Cook after the game?
Yeah, he's like, man, we've been struggling as a team offensively, but once we got a lot of studs on our team, so once we break out, it's going to be good. So,
plenty of runs allowed late, but what did tonight mean for this offense?
Yeah, man, I think like Dennis said in our meeting was we just got to get rolling, and like I said, we got studs, so once we get rolling, it's going to be a good thing coming.
I know you're heading out of town soon for Team USA, but what has your short time in Chatham meant?
Yeah, man, I've always dreamed of coming up here to the Cape, so when I got the opportunity to, it was a no-question brainer to come up here. So I come up here, and it's tough, man, but it's been an experience of a lifetime. So
that's Ace Reese on the Anglers Extra postgame show. Ace, thanks for the time.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Back to Hudson for the rest of the Anglers Extra postgame show.
Well, you heard it there. Thank you, Jake, from Ace Reese, that it's tough out here on the Cape. But as Dennis Cook mentioned to him in the postgame, once the bats get going, you never know for Chatham. The bats got going at the end of the game for the Anglers. You'll hear that on the highlights on the Anglers Extra postgame show coming up after this.
Screen door slams, Mary's dress sways. Like a vision, she dances across the porch as the radio plays. Roy Orbison singing for the lonely. Hey, that's me and I want you only. Don't turn me home again. I just can't face myself alone again. Don't you run back inside, darling, you know just what I'm here for. So you're scared and you're thinking that maybe we ain't that young anymore. Well, show a little faith, there's magic in the night. Ain't a beauty, but hey, you're alright. Oh, and that's alright with me. Covers and study your plane. Make crosses from your lovers, throw roses in the rain. Waste your summer praying in vain for a savior to rise from these streets. Well, now I'm no hero that's understood. All the redemption I can offer, girl, is beneath this dirty hood. With a chance to make it good somehow. Hey, what else can we do now? Except roll down the window. Busted open, these 2 lanes will take us anywhere. We got one last chance to make it real. We're trading these wings on some winds. Climbing back, the heavens waiting down on the tracks. Oh, come and take my hand. We're riding out tonight to chase the promised land.
Welcome back into the Anglers Extra Postgame Show following a 7-7 tie between Chatham and Harwich, the second tie of the season for Chatham. It does snap a 3-game losing skid. It's time for your highlights from this ball game, presented to you by Touchstone Closing. It was a slow game to begin with, and it wasn't until the top of the fourth where any action got rolling for either side.
Colton Smith winds up. Here's the pitch. Popped up, right center field. Smith, or rather Ford on the run. He's at the track, reaches up, makes the catch as he crashes into the wall. Runner from third, Bell tags and scores. It's a sacrifice fly and an RBI for D. Kennedy, and Harwich strikes first.
The very next batter after Harwich puts a 1-0 tally on the board.
With the runner on third, 2 out, the 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So Colton Smith limits the damage but allows the first 2 runs of the ball game on just 1 hit.
So with 2 runs across already plating, this was a contentious ball game early because it didn't come until the 5th where some offense started to pick up for the Anglers.
0-2. Breaking ball punched in the air. Shallow center. Shortstop Maloney races out. It drops in for a hit. Freilich rounds third. He scores. Gallagher goes first to third. It's an RBI single for Daniel Jackson. He continues to be the Chatham offense. And it's
widens his gap on top of the Chatham leaderboard for RBIs. And then right after that, Ethan Mendoza stood in.
Bilka comes set. Here's the pitch. Fastball line towards right. It drops for a hit. Gallagher trots home. Chatham has tied the game. RBI single from Ethan Mendoza makes it 2-2 in the 6th.
So after it was tied there, it wouldn't take long for the A's to break it wide open.
2-2. Runner goes from first. Breaking ball hit on the ground up the middle into center field. Jackson scores. Mendoza goes first to third. It's a go-ahead RBI single for Jackson Freeman. Chatham 3, Harwich 2 in the bottom of the 6th.
Wide open, maybe not. It stood 3-2 for quite some time. And it wasn't until in the later innings where that tie all of a sudden had the tide turn. Broussard takes a small leadoff at first, now widens it. Pickoff move to first, gets away from Freilich and trickles into foul ground. Going from first to third. There goes Broussard, head first slide, over the glove of Gallagher at third. Broussard all the way home. 2 errors bring him in, and Harwich ties the ball game at 3. So completely avoidable for Chatham, nearly picking up its first win in 4 games. It was 2 outs away. And then all of a sudden, it was time for extra innings baseball where Harwich led it off. Bell has waited patiently at the dish this entire time. Now the 1-1. Fly left side, it's a fair ball. Brainy rounds third and comes in to score. Over to second goes Bell, he's in standing. And it's an RBI lead-taking double for Harwich. After that, Harwich proceeded to make the lead 7-3. Very lopsided for 10th inning baseball, but the Anglers started to chip away. Here's the 2-1. Smoked up the middle, it's a base hit. The windmill at third for Lane, he comes in to score. And Chatham has narrowed the ball game 7-4. Harwich still on top in the bottom of the 10th. So it still seemed out of reach. With 2 outs on the board for the Anglers, it almost seemed like this game was over. Ace Reese stood in with 2 on, and he hadn't hit a home run all year. First pitch. Swing and a drive. Deep to center field. Broussard chases it back at the wall. It's gone! Oh my goodness, Reese has tied it! A monster 3-run jack to dead center field. And Veterans Field explodes. 7-7. The Anglers knotted in the bottom of the 10th. And that is where the score would stay. A strikeout from Jackson, followed that, and then all of a sudden, the ball game was over. The second tie of the year for Chatham. After starting off what was a pretty normal season, all of a sudden, 3 losses and a tie make it 2-5-2 as we welcome you into the broadcast booth on the Anglers Extra postgame show. And Jake, now tomorrow, the A's face a team where they've also been on a bit of a skid in Cotuit. When stoppable force meets movable object, what do we expect?
Well, look, Cotuit has struggled. As bad as the Chatham offensive struggles have been, Cotuit entered the game having scored 15 runs in 8 games. That's less than 2 per game if you're not a math person out there. Chatham has got to, firstly, pitch well. The pitching has started to become a little bit inconsistent for the A's. Saw that at the end of the game with Caden Smith for certain. But it starts there, and if they can hold Cotuit to basically what Cotuit's done all season to this point, even 2 or 3 runs from the Chatham offense is probably going to be enough.
Chatham now sits at 2-5-2 ahead of tomorrow's game against Cotuit. That's an away game as the Anglers leave Veterans Field for a 5 o'clock first pitch from out in Cotuit. Early day tomorrow, and we'll have the coverage starting at 4:40 with the Anglers Extra pregame show. We hope you enjoyed this presentation of Chatham A's baseball. 7-7, the final score. Chatham's second tie of the year. For our producer, Beckett Culkins, and for my partner, Jake Klein, I'm Hudson Ridley saying so long, and we will see you tomorrow night back for more baseball on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham Anglers Baseball 2025 has been brought to you by the Chatham Bars Inn, Chatham Clothing Bar, Touchstone Closing, Mahi Gold, Chatham Paint and Hardware, Sweet Tomatoes Pizza, the Red Nun Bar and Grill, Short and Sweet Ice Cream, Cape Cod 5, and by the Chatham A's.
Chatham A's Baseball, sports radio, play-by-play, summertime on Cape Cod.
This has been an exclusive presentation of Chatham A's Baseball on TRZ Team Line.
Chatham on TRZ.